pull up. Where'd it go? Okay. All right. Good evening. I'd like to call this Committee of the Whole meeting to order. It is now 6:05. Can the clerk do a roll call to see what trustees are present?
Yep. Trustee Amenta.
I'm here.
That's right. Trustee Bocce.
Here.
Trustee Carpenter.
I'm here.
Trustee Ursing.
Here.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Here.
Trustee Warren.
Here.
President Rosick.
Here. Thank you. All trustees are present. Has this meeting been publicly noticed?
The meeting has been posted and noticed according to law.
Thank you. Since we're on a teleconference meeting of the Committee of the Whole, I'll lead the meeting, and I just want to ask to mute your phones and computers when you're not speaking. Are there any members of the staff on the call? If so, please identify yourself.
Rebecca Ewald, Village Manager.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi,
Chief
sorry. Just trying to get situated.
Chief Dimmer.
Hi, Chief.
Bart Green, Planning Director.
Hi, Bart.
Leanne Butchlick.
Hi, Leanne.
Tyler Burkhart, Assistant Village Manager.
Hi, Tyler.
Hello.
Is that everybody? And is there any members of the public on the call? Okay, and is there any members of the press on the call? Okay, we will go ahead and then start the meeting. The first and only agenda item on tonight's meeting for the Committee of the Whole is review of the 2021 Village Board initiatives. And who is going to kick this off? Rebecca?
I'd be happy to. Included within your packet this evening, you'll see a list of the 2020 Village Board initiatives. And within that, I've identified whether they are complete or in progress. And then those which have also been suggested to are either in process, extending implementation into 2021, and those that we may potentially consider moving to 2021 based upon the direction of the board. In addition to these today, we did have some trustees who have submitted initiatives. Those were provided to you via email by noon today. I will be honest in saying that I briefly looked at them, but I have not considered or processed them in any level of detail. But I think they're helpful to know what's out there and being suggested. So we can add those, Sarah, tomorrow within the board packet, and maybe re-upload this so that those are included for the public record. So for purposes of tonight, I'm going to be happy to answer any questions that people may have relative to the initiatives that we've previously discussed. And then in addition to that, I wanted to provide you with the Village Board requested future agenda items. You'll know that at the end of each meeting, we have a section of the meeting with future items of consideration, where board members can identify and the board then votes on putting items on a list that we can then consider in the future. So this is a compilation of this list, and it is in no particular order, but I wanted to provide you with that snapshot as well, because they do take time, and some, as you'll see from some of the initiatives submitted by trustees, would also qualify as a more meatier discussion or an initiative of the board. So again, the purpose of our meeting tonight is to discuss, and the board has specifically asked in the past for a meeting of which no decisions are made. However, either direction is provided in terms of how to prepare for future approval of our 2021 initiatives and to answer any questions that we may have. Now, in addition to these two, we had two items that did come up that we are looking for some direction on so that we can prepare for you accordingly on June 15th. And those are accompanied by two memos in your packet. One that relates to the agenda management vendor selection. This was an item that was deferred from our last meeting. And so that is one. And then the second is the discussion of a police organization study initiative. So I'm happy to go into those at any time as the board deems appropriate. I didn't know what would be easiest for you in terms of how to start.
I think you outlined it pretty well. We could start with things that we've already completed and just go over those for us, and then potentially the ones that are in progress. And if there are any recommendations from you to change the years, do you want to go over those?
I'd be happy to, if you'd like to go by year, or would you like board members to weigh in?
I don't know. What do you mean by that?
Do you want me to go through each one?
Sure, you can start us off, and if we have questions or comments, you can take them from the board. We'll call on people.
Okay, then I guess we'll start with the 2020 board initiatives list.
Okay.
The first two, the RFP for the village attorney, village prosecutor, and the resource management have been completed. We then go down to review of recreational space in parks with organizations, which is something that's in progress. And we will be having an upcoming informational presentation with MMSD on the green infrastructure project at River Park.
Can you just back up? It says next step ordinance. What year are you proposing that we redo the ordinance for resource management?
Next step ordinance would be later this year.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I glossed over that. Does the board have any questions with regards to the recreational space in parks with organizations?
Yeah, I have a question. So I know we had one meeting. So we've had one meeting. So what is next? Is this going to parks now, or where are we going with this?
So we did have one organizational meeting, which resulted in an agreement with the Parks Commission to meet at least twice annually with our stakeholder groups within the parks. We're also working this year to bring forward to you, and for purposes of the 2021 budget, an update of the parks and open space plan. We've had that plan for 5 years, and that the qualification of that plan will expire for purposes of DNR funding at the end of this year. So we want to take a look at that plan and actually address each space in a priority order. This year, the Parks Commission, as you'll recall, looked first at Triangle Park. And there was a successful public meeting that took place on that site, and a collaborative effort between the Parks Commission and Public Works as they reviewed the space with the public in order to plan that space and how it laid out for the future.
I just you know, I just want to be careful about initiatives that end up getting subsumed into really long, you know, multi-year planning processes, because I mean, this originally came out of the Bocce court suggestion, and I was like, well, we can't just talk about Bocce, we have to talk about everything. So and I know, I see that Trustee Warren has, you know, once again, he's bringing forward Bocce, but I mean, I just see that it just seems like, you know, like something like relatively simple and easy and straightforward suggestion is now getting turned into this like really long plan. And I mean, I don't have anything more to say about it, just that it just seems like it's getting pushed under the water.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Trustee Menta, just going on that, do you think it's getting too lengthy? Was that your point?
Well, I mean, like the next one is the canoe kayak launch. I mean, so that one, I mean, it doesn't seem consistent that, you know, we like, I mean, why did the canoe kayak launch sort of go ahead and we hired a consultant and you know, that one is moving forward, even though it's part of it would be also part of the comprehensive thing. I mean, comprehensive is good, but it's also, it seems like we're inconsistent. Some things we just say, yeah, let's just do it, you know, and other things we say, oh no, we got to wait and talk about everything comprehensively, which is, you know, 5 years from now. So I think maybe we need to, as we're going through the list, think about, you know, not only, you know, is this something that we want to achieve, just try to do quickly, or is it something that we are content with taking a longer time frame and being part of a broad, because sometimes we do these broad planning processes and then what it was that started, it disappears in there. So I think maybe we just need to think about that dimension among all the other ones.
Okay,
With
all right, go ahead.
With respect to the canoe and kayak launch, my understanding is that it was planned to actually be installed in Hubbard Park at the time that the improvements took place along the river, with all of the improvements that went in with Hubbard. But it was an aspect that was taken out of that plan and was a specific request to go back and take a look at how the design can functionally be accomplished. With respect to Bocce, one of the aspects about a bocce ball court is actually finding a location to place that type of a facility in. And I know that there is a lot of discussion with relative to how we're using spaces in some of our other parks with those park user groups. So please know that it's no intention on our part to belabor the discussion relative to bocce ball courts in general, but what I heard, I guess, from that public organizational meeting were competing interests in the available space within parks that we do have, and how to utilize that land.
So next step, Rebecca, is just to send it to Parks to have that discussion.
We did have the first relative to bocce.
Reviewing the recreational space.
Yes, we're going to continue forward and convene those park user groups, and then continue to look at individual park spaces in preparation for the update of our park and open space plan.
President Rosick?
Yes, Trustee Warren.
And I know we're not quite there yet, but just my 2 cents, you know, the reason that I proposed Bocce again, kind of knowing that some of this was going on, is because, you know, I figured it would be a nice, in light of the pandemic that we're going through, social distancing, I figured if that was something we could fast track, it might be kind of nice to have an outdoor activity. But I just wanted to throw that in before we move on to the next one. That's why I proposed it as kind of a standalone this year.
So can I just recap what I'm understanding? I get Trustee Amenta's point and Trustee Warren's, that it seems that that's how it started. We wanted to find a space for a bocce court, and then we morphed into reviewing all recreational spaces for all recreational purposes. And so I think what we're hearing from the board members, at least 2 of them, is, and I tend to agree, if we want bocce ball, we may need to concentrate on finding a space for bocce ball rather than concentrating on reviewing all spaces for all recreational potential. Is that what I'm hearing? The focus, Trustee Warner, Trustee Amenta, like shifting the focus to.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was saying. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying like, you know, we have to have bocce ball, you know. I mean, if there's, I agree that there's a lot of other types of recreation, and it makes sense to look at things globally. But sometimes our process gets very long. I mean, so Parks is supposed to meet twice a year with these stakeholders. Well, Parks hasn't met in how many months, and I don't know if there are plans for Parks to meet. So, you know, I mean, what are we talking like? I agree that we should look at other types of activities in the space we have and make an intelligent decision. You know, I'm not saying bocce or bust, you know what I mean? But I mean, I think that I don't want the process to become the thing. And, you know, if this is something that a majority of the board would like to do, we should be able to just do it like we've done with the canoe kayak launch.
Yeah, okay.
President Rosa?
Yes, Trustee Ursink?
This is Tyler, actually.
Oh, Tyler, hi.
I'm the Parks Commission liaison. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the difference between the canoe, the kayak launch and bocce is, did we budget the canoe launch as an expenditure in the capital budget this year? Or at least the engineering of that? I'm not remembering that part. But as a Parks Commission staff liaison, my memory was, when we had this discussion, was to spend 2020 talking about the planning efforts, because we have nothing in the budget for bocce for 2020. And then once the Parks Commission updates that plan, it has a concept that when we come out with the 2021 budget, that we could potentially have a line item for bocce if it makes sense.
But I have a
So
question for you.
if the board wants to move in a different direction, I can speed up the process with the Parks Commission and start having them have remote meetings. But I would need to hear that from the board so I can get started, so we can get that finalized in time.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, Trustee Warren and the rest of the board, is if we as we go through the list, if we want to move that up so that we can discuss budgeting it in the 2021 budget, correct? This year, then we would prioritize that bocce court or whatever that specific recreational activity is, so that Tyler can get us information before budget.
Yes, please. Yeah, yes, please. And just so you all know, we reached out to the county parks to inquire about if they would be willing to have the bocce there. And the response we received is they wouldn't even consider it unless we filled out the proper paperwork, which requires a $500 fee. So unless you want to pay $500 for the county parks to consider an idea, they won't even accept it, the proposal. So
Unless-
that was the response I got back from the county.
I have a question.
President
Yes. Okay, so Trustee Stokebrand and then Trustee Ursink.
I am new to the bocce discussion, and I would like to give my tentative support to bocce. I just have a question, of course, just the cost, the location, and the usage. Park, community recreation and community services. I don't know if we would do this through them. Would this be something where anybody can play at any time? They have picked up the pickleball, you know, no pun intended, the ball with pickleball at Atwater. I just wonder if this is going to be something like that, where they were looking for a volunteer to run the program. Like, I hate to have the thing get built and then nobody use it. But maybe you know about it, you know, an outpouring of support for this. I think it would be wonderful. As the older I get, it looks better every day. I will tell you though, like if you're thinking River Park, from my short time on the Recreation and Community Services Board, they have all kinds of plans for River Park. So I do think it's important to at least touch base with people there who, you know, are involved with Little League and stuff. If you're thinking there, you would want to have a conversation, put them in the discussion too. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
And if, oh, Trustee Ursink.
And then Trustee Bachford, please.
Okay, just
Okay.
two quick comments. So I guess I am the chair of the Parks Commission now. So would love to, if we can at this point, organize a Zoom call. Is that something that we can initiate?
Wait, Chair of the Parks Commission, I think, are you the trustee liaison?
I think so, yeah.
Yep, okay, so the trustee liaison wouldn't be the chair.
Yep, sorry, trustee liaison.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
Is that something, can we initiate a meeting, or who's supposed to initiate those meetings?
Can I
Tyler?
take that one? Yeah, that'd be
Yep.
great. So right now for volunteer committees, they're not meeting unless they're assigned something that is deemed time sensitive. So that's where, yeah, as the board, if you decide that you want them to meet for this purpose, I could coordinate a meeting. They typically meet the second Tuesday every month. So their next meeting would be the 9th of June, so I could get an agenda ready this week for them to start meeting starting next Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'd love to introduce myself and just get familiar with the board, and I think that would be really important. You know, I know with Little League and a lot of things that you know, just going on in Shorewood, I would love to meet that group and kind of, you know, see where they're all at. The other question I had is about Triangle Park, and is there any sort of tentative timeline on that, or is that something that still needs to be approved by the board, or what's the status on Triangle Park?
I'll take that one. So we developed a short-term and long-term approach. Leanne, I don't know if you'd be willing to talk about the short-term things that Ben and maybe some of the seasonals will do, but there was basically some lawn maintenance changes that some of the people during the community meeting provided. So I think a lot of those things that we were going to do on a short-term basis here. One of the more long-term things is the flagpole, which a lot of people express support for moving the flagpole to try to open up that space. So I think what we were going to do is look at if there were any costs related to that, and if so, I think that would be like a 2021 budget item. But we've been working with the Shorewood Women's Club, which some of their members have expressed support for moving it to another location. And the latest communication I had with them was asking for a written statement on behalf of the entire Women's Club. So we understood that their position wasn't only coming from one or two members, but the entire body. So I'm waiting that notification, and I'll probably reach out to them to see what the status is of that. Leanne, is there anything else you wanted to comment?
We have to do some grading work at the park. There are some drainage issues at the triangle end of said Triangle Park. We're also going to be doing some tree removal. There are a number of ash trees and other trees that are in decline on the eastern edge of the park. But that really about sums it up.
Can I ask a question, a follow-up question? Where is that located on our village board initiatives? I don't see it listed.
And this was also Trustee Bocce. I'd like to call a point of
that.
order just on those. Yeah, I just want to say you guys have, you know, we've already gone a half an hour, and I'm just trying to get some clarity on how we're going to best use our time tonight, because we only have an hour left. So I mean, it seems like we're getting into the weeds, and I understand there are a lot of new board members and a lot of questions, but we haven't even determined if this is a high priority yet for this year. So I think we're talking about things, getting ahead of ourselves in some of this discussion, and just to remind us that we have 1 hour left.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And again, that's why I asked the question. It's not on our list, and so if it's something we're working on this in the following year, should it be on this list so we can prioritize it? Rebecca. Becky?
It's something that you can, I mean, for the board's discussion, it's work that was previously done and in progress with the Parks Commission because of the number of requests to do something at Triangle Park.
Okay, so maybe just add it and say in progress.
Happy to.
Okay, all right. Trustee Ursink, was there any further questions that you had?
Thank you for cutting the grass at Triangle Park. Is much appreciated.
Okay. All right, we'll go on to the next one, which is comprehensive plan.
I know that we've recently just reviewed this on a village board agenda, so I believe it's self-explanatory. Does anyone have any questions?
Nope. And then agenda management. I know one is the memo about agenda management. You had some points you wanted to make.
Correct, and I'm going to actually turn it over to Sarah to walk through the memo relative to agenda management.
Yes, so looking at agenda management, obviously, you know, our intent was to pick a vendor and implement for 2020. And then things were a little delayed, and then obviously COVID-19 hit. So at this point of our game, I laid out a couple options in the memo that you can consider. If agenda management is something the board feels really strong about, we can defer the initiative till 2021 and then reallocate or allocate that money that we found, you know, around the $13,000 mark, the vendor that we liked, and go forward with that. We can defer the initiative. We can reject all the proposals, or, you know, we can defer and then, you know, purchase something and implement later. At this point, we would not be able to implement probably till after the November election, or even more towards January of next year, depending on, you know, how much additional work these next two elections are going to take, and then we go into tax season. It's up to the board. You know, staff can do go either way.
Question. One of the things that we mentioned in committee was the board needed to discuss minutes in order to make that decision.
Yes.
And we have not done so yet because it hinges on how we want to take minutes. Is that correct? I mean,
that was part of some of the discussion that had come up. So, you know, that's why, you know, if we want to defer to looking at it into 2021, that's completely understandable. But that was some of the topic that did come up.
okay, I'll open it up to the board. Does anyone have any thoughts?
President Redler?
Yes, Trustee Carpenter.
So I guess I'm just wondering if we can't implement it until what realistically looks like January of 2021, maybe even past that. What is the benefit of purchasing in 20, versus purchasing in 20, like, and planning for budget in 2021, I guess, and rolling those funds over into 2021?
I don't know if there's a benefit. You know, if we go with the vendor that kind of was the forerunner, they would probably still hold our price if they knew we were interested in budgeting for next year and purchasing next year. But I think if we went with another option, they may increase their prices next year. That I don't have a guarantee on. But I think Provox would hold their price if they knew we were looking to budget an initiative for next year.
I mean, that to me seems to make the most sense, just with everything going on, especially if that's something that that was who we liked the most in the process before. And so if that's an option for them to hold their cost into 2021, to me, that makes the most amount of sense, just with capacity within the village as well as financially.
Correct.
Sarah, when you said, or Trustee Carpenter, when you said roll over the funds, and Sarah, you said redeploy, those are two different terms to me. Is it possible that we could redeploy the funds in 2020 to meet unexpected costs and then re-budget in 2021 for it?
I don't know about the 2020 budget. I just know, you know, Mark's term, we could allocate what we know that this potential 13,000 is that we would be spending. So we would put that into the budget already if that was an initiative that we wanted to go forward with. Because we kind of know what that cost is now, where before we had just a ballpark cost.
So we haven't budgeted for it yet.
Not for 21. We do have it for 20. But we budgeted 17,000 for 20.
So you would roll over the funds and then put an extra 4 or whatever it is? Okay, we can talk about that in budget. I just wanted to see if we had budgeted them. Okay, I agree with Trustee Carpenter. Are there any other thoughts? Okay, if no board members, we can move on to the next one.
Next one would be strategic planning and TID policy development. We last week had a follow-up conversation with Baker Tilly in terms of the scheduling of our second strategic planning session. You'll receive tomorrow a doodle poll with some dates that we've identified with them to convene the group again, to start getting some direction on the planning, and then the next step following that would be TID policy development.
Okay, does anybody have any questions on that? If not, it just seems like it's in progress, so we don't really have to prioritize it, do we? We don't have to consider prioritizing it, do we?
Well, I think that it is, well, one thing that we're going to continue with this year. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to come to some resolution so we can complete the initiative, but that will in large part be dependent upon the direction that both the board and the CDA take.
Okay. All right, and then the next one. Oh, Trustee Stokbrand.
Is this something that we'll do in a cow, or you're going to send out a doodle poll? It's something we should all try to be at. It's not a committee assignment thing.
Correct. It would be a special joint meeting of the CDA and the village board.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions on that? If not, we're just going to keep going until we reach the end, and then we can prioritize.
The next one will be implementation of transportation and parking analysis. We've started on this discussion, and we'll be coming back together to continue review of this beginning at our first meeting in July and with August. So we'll be looking forward to receiving direction from the board in terms of our next steps.
Does anyone have any questions about that or comments? I just think that that's a top priority. Since we spent so much money on the consultant, I would urge the board to continue to make that a top priority for implementation. Okay. And then AMI?
Then we have the AMI project, which was delayed in terms of implementation due to COVID-19, which will then be bumped for implementation in 2021.
Okay. Anybody have questions? Continue.
Then we have the DPW organizational analysis. We're going to be coming to you with the consultant at our next meeting to review that report.
And then what's next step?
To review the report with you and then determine what those next steps might be.
So implementation?
Correct.
Okay.
Based upon direction from the board.
Okay. Which might have budgetary impact, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, anybody have questions? Seeing none, continue on.
Then we have the communication management plan, which has been an ongoing effort as time is available with the board. If you'll recall, we completed chapter 4 and we're looking forward to coming back and concluding on chapter 5.
Is that the final chapter?
No, I think there are 13, Tyler.
Okay, and so for 2021, you're suggesting 4 and 5, correct?
No, 4 and 5 were actually, well, we had lofty goals of doing 4, 5, 6, and 7 in 2020, but we're gonna do that as time is available, and we're gonna be coming back to you with chapter 5.
Okay, any questions? Continue on.
Then we have the administrative review of the Village Hall organizational structure. This was in large part brought on because of first studying Public Works. An aspect of the Public Works organizational analysis will also include review of the finance administration for utilities and administrative support that assists the utility. We also will be at some point in the future we will be having the retirement of the deputy clerk, not this year, but in the future, and wanted to plan proactively in terms of how to look at our administrative and organizational structure to accommodate with some of those changes. So that's slated to begin just following the review of the DPW analysis.
And I just have one question. Wasn't there a memo in the packet that talked a little bit about the police organizational structure, and is that tied into this?
It is not tied into it, but I'd be happy to reflect on that now, just in the interest of time.
Okay.
So included within your packet, you'll have a memo which outlines two courses of action. Let me back up and kind of refresh everyone's memory that the Village Board had started review of different aspects of our organization in 2018. It began with planning and development and looking at that department and how it was structured, continued with the review of Public Works with our consultant, and then the board had elected to do an internal review of the clerk and customer service next. The police department has been and was forecasted to go under review in 2021. We had this year the unexpected retirement of our deputy police chief, Chief Carini, and with that, it had caused us to reevaluate our schedule. So I don't want to reread the memo if everyone has already reviewed it, so in the interest of time, but I'm happy to speak to any of those salient points. But at the conclusion, you know, wanted to check in with the board because I believe that there's two options in terms of how to proceed. Number one, we need assistance in the staffing of this position. So if the board has a desire to do an organizational analysis with regards to the police department, my recommendation is that you would move forward immediately in order to do that study, to accomplish it within the next 3 to 4 months or before the end of the year, because it's a time sensitive need to fill that position and assign those duties. Or if not, we would proceed and as status quo with the filling of the position.
Rebecca, can you just summarize for the board why we would want to do an organizational analysis of the police department? What would be the benefits?
Sure. Well, you know, we've had the same organizational structure in the PD for decades. We've been at the same number of officers, similar command staff. The deputy chief position is one of the third highest in the village from an organizational perspective. And there are a couple of aspects that have come up through the PD, at least since I've been here, and I'm sure before I was here to a certain extent, that requires some review. One is that we're experiencing significant compression within the command staff range for those salaries, which has been an issue. We are also undergoing review of the parking and transportation analysis that's, you know, will identify a number of different changes that will impact the PD and how they deploy services in that area. We also have the aspect with this position, I think there's some need to review not necessarily the day-to-day tasks of the position, but how the position integrates, specifically the deputy chief position within the aspect of the organization, to see how we're evaluating and keeping the position in touch with community outreach and how that position functions with respect to some of the existing committees that we do have.
Okay.
I know that myself and Chief Nimmer and Assistant Manager Burkhart have also been heavily involved in the preparation of this item. So if I have missed anything, Chief Nimmer or Tyler, please let me know.
Any further comments from Tyler or Chief Nimmer? Okay, seeing none. Oh, go ahead, Chief Nimmer.
Yeah, I'll just, I can just talk a little bit about it. I do think it's a very important position. It's been in the organization, like Rebecca said, for a long time, but however, just because it's been there for a long time doesn't mean it's something that necessarily needs to be reviewed. I think even during a time such as what we're going through right now, it's even more important. That position was reviewed about 10 years ago, 15 years ago in 2010, when the village board again revisited it and recognized the need for that position. Yes, as much as Deputy Chief Carini was an asset to the organization, he wasn't as I guess involved in the community and some of those things. My goal, and not even a goal, but my expectation of the position will be for that person to be very involved in other committees, you know, such as one of the lieutenants, Liebenthal, I'm sure most of you are aware, would be a candidate for that position. And he's involved in the HRC. He's involved in the pedestrian bike safety program. And I just emphasize the fact that the village manager's office has an assistant. The DPW director has an assistant. And I can't imagine if you ask them what they would do without an assistant. And so if this organizational study is about that position versus an overall, like, do we need an SRO? Do we need 6 sergeants or 4 sergeants, 2 lieutenants? that I have no issue with. But if it's simply about evaluating the position, I would just indicate that it's one of the more important positions. And unfortunately, there's some issues with, the current person, just from the respect that, especially in the last year, there was some medical issues and stuff. So, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Chief. And Rebecca, from my understanding, it was more of the former, which was the study of the entire department. Becky?
She's nodding.
Oh, okay. I think I just came back on. Okay. Does any of the trustees have any questions about the organizational analysis for the police department?
Yeah, I just have a comment, which is, the police is a 24/7 operation, and I think it's the chief works a minimum 40 hour, probably these couple weeks, more than 40 hours a week, but there needs to be someone in that command spot all of the time. So I think, this position or assistant chief or some type of position is probably more important for the chief than for other departments that have them. So I just want to say, I think that just want to express support for that position. I mean, if we move this up in the organizational analysis before clerk and customer service, I have no problem with that also.
Thank you. I agree with Trustee Amenta. Does any other trustee have a question or comment?
It's slightly off topic, but I just want to thank you, Chief Nimmer, for for this past weekend. I mean, you guys have done a lot of hard work, and it's not easy out there. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I wish I could give you all the support that you need. So.
Thank you, Trustee Ursink. Okay, if no other questions on this topic, we can move to the next one.
Just one point of clarification on that topic. So are we hearing, because time is of importance on this particular issue, if you will study it. So if it is receiving support for the board, the staff would move forward with development of an RFP for this for your review in the very near future.
Can I ask one question? Was the intent of the board and the village manager's office to do an organizational analysis for every department?
That is what has been previously discussed, yes.
Okay, because in that instance, I would support doing the police department if that's the recommendation from the village manager's office because of the timely nature. Anybody else have thoughts on that?
I do. Given the timeliness of this, the fact that we have an opportunity here to do this, I would support moving this forward as well.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. Anybody else?
I have one thing to add. I wonder if we should just approve hiring the person immediately. Otherwise, the chief will go without a staff member. People will slide up to fill that second in command spot, but essentially he would be without a staff member for probably 6 months. So an option would be to hire the person as soon as possible, and at the same time do an RFP and get the survey started. But you would have the person hired, more quickly, so he wouldn't be understaffed for essentially probably about at least 5 months.
And this is Trustee Bachhorst.
Trustee Bachhorst?
I agree with what Trustee Stokebrand had just said. In the absence of an organizational study, it's impossible to predict the future. And given the current situation, I would feel pretty badly if we had made a decision to cut the police force without, or to keep a position vacant. And it's a new world order right now, and the new world order is a pandemic with protests and riots and race relations that are heated. So I would agree that this organizational study might be something we want to do, but I also would like to see us fully staffed in the police force, as Chief Nimmer has just said.
Thank you. Chief Nimmer and Rebecca, is the retirement immediate?
So a couple of things. Yes, the Deputy Chief Carini is gone. I had spoken with Rebecca and Tyler about that. They wanted to have this meeting before we move forward with any type of promotional process. I do want to stress that even if I filled the deputy chief position, which is the second in command, and I would move a police officer to sergeant, there would still be a vacancy. So the village would, and I know that the police department has a vacancy factor. I would not ask to fill that position right away if that was the wishes of the board. And we would still save that money from that vacancy.
Right.
I'd rather have a patrol officer vacant where I can fill that with somebody else if needed, rather than having a second in command vacant where in a time that we're in is my right-hand person. And, you know, just over the last 3 days, we've been working 18-hour days and been nonstop, and I just can't do it myself. So, so that's what I would ask. I mean, if it's about, you know, if you want to look, I mean, I just would say that.
I don't think I apologize, Chief, but I don't think we have agenda-sized or on the agenda like a vote to fill the position. Is that correct?
Well, I would state this: the position has been funded for 2020.
Okay.
The organization is authorized a deputy chief position.
Okay.
So there is no approval per se from the board, just an approval from the village manager to move forward with that.
Okay. So what's on our agenda tonight, and I appreciate that. I as the other trustees have mentioned, I support going ahead and filling the position. We have budgeted it already, and you would be the best with the village manager to know when that would be appropriate. But for tonight's purposes, we are talking about the organizational analysis for the police. That's what's in the packet. And so I guess if we have any further questions on the organizational analysis, I just would like to hear them from the trustees.
Is that Rosa?
Yes, Trustee Carpenter.
So just to clarify on what Trustee Stokerbrand was saying, because I do think that that makes sense, especially in regards to what Chief Nimmer was saying in regards to the budget or what's been budgeted for that position. Is that an option? Could we move forward with filling that position and move forward with the organizational study? So we're 6 months ahead instead of doing the study first and then filling that position. Could we?
I think the answer was yes, that the chief had said we already have it budgeted, and it's just the village manager saying okay or not to fill it.
Right, that was more what I was looking for from Rebecca. Is that an option? I mean, I know anything's an option, I guess, but could that work? I guess is what I'm wondering.
So there's two ways to proceed with it. One would be to go to fill the position now. The second would be to have someone assume the duties of that position and provide them with a stipend for doing that, which would likely be one of the existing people that we have on staff right now, Lieutenant Liebenthal, and then have him assume those duties with that stipend until such time that the study concludes, and then implement any changes or accommodations with that at the time of study conclusion.
And Rebecca, just from your history, because when I was in administration, that's typically what happens. So you have the correct job description at the end before you do a full hire. Is that correct? You do the stipend, you wait for the full job description based on the analysis, and then you hire.
Correct.
So
Question.
Yes, Trustee Ursink.
What is the cost of this analysis?
We haven't gone out for proposal yet at this point in time, but the budget number that we've been using is based upon our DPW analysis, which has been approximately $30,000.
$30,000.
In either of these situations, with regards to the position, we would be waiting for the vacancy factor.
Right, because we budgeted it.
Correct.
So just to be clear, we're going to be without a a bottom level police officer for an X period of time, no matter what?
What did we budget? A quarter or a half position in the police department to remain vacant?
Half.
Okay. So yes, Trustee Stokebrand.
So no matter what happens, he's without down a staff person for 6 months?
Yes.
Doesn't necessarily mean 6 months if there was turnover in other police officers. Cumulatively, it's a half a position.
Right. Based upon what we know right now, we don't, right now, at this point in time, we're not aware of any other vacancies that we would have within the scope of our organization in 2020.
I think that doing an interim and paying someone a stipend makes sense, and to do the study, because we may determine that that position should be an assistant chief position instead of a deputy chief, and that there should be a pay adjustment for it, you know, so I think we should give ourselves some time to look at it. I don't know that I mean, the police department, I don't think has quite as many different functions as DPW. So I'm expect that it might be a simpler and possibly much quicker study.
I agree with Trustee Menta. Does any other board member have a thought? Or does any other board member oppose that recommendation?
I mean, I personally like to, you know, take the lead here from the chief of police, and whatever he needs, I'd like to make sure that he has what he needs. So, I mean, that's just kind of where I stand on this. And I'm not clear if what you're proposing gets us to that point.
And I'm also not, I mean, I'd like to put this in the whole context of all the rest of the initiatives. So, I mean, on its own, of course, it has merit, but at the end of the day, we have to budget one thing against the other. So, you know, I'd like to have more of a holistic understanding of what we're willing to pursue in X amount of time.
Okay. Okay. Well, we can continue on then with the items. Rebecca?
Am I on mute?
Nope.
No. Oh.
There you are.
Okay, sorry. I gotta keep double checking. Next up, we covered administrative review of the village hall and organizational structure. Following that, we had the Unlearning Racism initiative. With that, I'm sure you've been seeing some of the updates within the Friday internal Village Managers Friday update, where we have been having conversations with Sam Coleman from the Shorewood School District, and looking to put together a service agreement with him for leading our Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Committee at the Village Hall. We hope to bring that to you actually at our next meeting on June 15th. The first portion of that will be working with our departments on educating everyone so we can develop a common terminology and understanding about this topic and why it's one that's important and why the board is looking to make that a part of the landscape within the village organization. The second part would be focused on specifically identifying what our organizational objectives and needs would be moving forward. And then the third would be to begin implementing those in 2021, and then coming back with a longer range plan for the village board so it becomes a part of our annual curriculum, for lack of a better word, within our organization.
Rebecca, remind us what the cost was?
For purposes of 2020, we allocated $6,500, and we envision a portion of that being used for Sam's leadership with EDI, but then also using a portion of it for training. This year, we were looking to the YWCA to provide some training. They're not going to be doing any in-person training due to COVID-19 in the near future, but taking many of their initiatives online. So we're waiting to see what their future rollout will be. And then hoping to also provide that same type of training on a platform that could also be applied for new onboarding committee and commission members, as well as HRC members.
President Rose?
Yes, Trustee Warren.
I just want to say thank you, Rebecca. I'm glad to hear that this is moving. We're getting some background feedback. So can you hear me?
Yeah, is anyone not muted? Okay.
So I just want to say I thank you for moving this along. I view this as crucial, and I view that, at least for me, it's a very big priority. You know, one of the things that we have to do here on the local level is emphasize priorities like these, because certainly we're not getting that kind of leadership nationally. And in light of the environment that we're in today, things like this, everything we can do, every brick that we can put in the wall is important to put in the wall. So I just want to lend my strong support to this. I like that it's moving. Anything we can do to move it faster, I would be 110% behind. Did you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I got muted at the end, so.
I know.
Yeah.
I did too. I think Rebecca muted us all because of the background noise. Rebecca, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can you just tell us why you're recommending move to 2021?
Well, we would actually be starting the work now in terms, so because we were, COVID delayed some items.
No.
And so we're working with Sam. We're going to come back with a service agreement, and our ask in that is that our forecast is looking not only at 2020, but taking that through 2021, so that we're estimating also the financial need for 2021 at the same time, and we can have a longer term forecast and where we're going. So
It'll be a budget item.
Correct, but we would be looking to start work this year. With COVID happening, it was uncertain in terms of what we were going to look at for a landscape. You know, would we actually have an opportunity to meet in person? Do we not? You know, and some of the uncertainty of the school district is all, you know, was a little uncertain at the time. But I'm hoping that we're making a progress and really looking forward to starting the work.
I have a question on this.
Yes.
I regret I was not able to do the session he did through the schools. It started last August and I had a family emergency. But David, you participated. Is there any way, were those taped? Could we get started perhaps by just watching what happened? Were there 6 sessions? It went on for 6 months. Is there any way to reuse content that the school board paid for? It's coming from the same pot essentially, to get the ball rolling a little sooner just with that. And if we wanted to then, you know, I don't know, it's just an idea.
Yeah, I mean, that the 6 sessions were really about focused on the schools. I didn't go to all of them, but there was a training. Trustee Carpenter, I know, was there. And I believe Trustee McKee, I don't remember, Rebecca went. So, and that was, that was a woman who was the trainer. That was a very well attended. I mean, there's a lot of ways to skin this cat. And I just want to be sure that the money we invest is, you know, gets us where we want to go. For example, the HRC, we read, what's the name of the book, Tyler? Stay Woke, I think it was. And it was a really excellent book, kind of on that, how to be an anti-racist book. It was kind of along those lines. And we actually had the author of the book there to speak with us, and we had set her up on Skype, and unfortunately we didn't have a quorum of the HRC at the time. But you know, in some ways, like to if you have a small group, I think there are things you can do that with small group discussion that are going to be, you know, really get people to think about the issues and start to understand their own unconscious biases and how those play out. You know, it's hard work. It's not something that you can like sit there for an hour and a half and you know, do some like exercises. And I mean, the Reggie Jackson came to the library. I went to that one too. I mean, I think a bunch of us have a bunch of these things now, and I just want to be sure that what we set up is getting to, you know, the end that we want to reach.
I have a question on that. Oh, sorry. Who's talking?
It was Jessica.
Okay.
Yeah, I was at several of them. I know Rebecca was at, I think all of them. You know, each one of those sessions were different and had a different focus. I guess my question, and obviously COVID changed all of this, but, I think that there's, that, a lot of the school board was at other sessions, obviously for the school district, but, I'm not sure what the vision is for this, but this is something I feel really passionate about, us as a board being involved in and going through the process with, in addition to staff. And, if there are things and ways that we can do that virtually, especially with everything going on currently, I think that'd be something that I would really be in support of. I feel like we're all in, we all want to be supportive and understand that. And this is, kind of like what Trustee Menta said, this is a long process of how to get there, if you ever really get there. But if there's anything that we can do remotely before 2021, like I sort of think that we need to figure out some ways to continue and to push forward with that dialogue. Because right now, 2021 still seems far away, and there's a lot happening right now that I think we could start working on and start somewhat moving the needle on. So I don't know if that's possible, but that's just kind of my thought.
Thank
Sure,
you. Rebecca, I'm unclear, and maybe I just missed it, but is Sam, are you proposing that the money, if we prioritize this, which I agree with both Trustee Warren, Trustee Menta, and Trustee Carpenter, that we need to prioritize it, but are we prioritizing the hiring of a consultant to train us?
We would be hiring Sam to lead the coordination and the planning efforts for the EDI committee. And then also working with us on developing our next steps for how to approach a framework within the scope of the
The reason I ask that is I'm in favor of prioritizing the training. I don't know that I'm in favor of prioritizing a consultant to organize the training. As I think what I heard from the three of you, or at least Trustee Carpenter and Menta, was that there was a woman, there was an author, there's all these sessions, but why? It just sounds like the process is being drawn out by hiring a consultant to start determining what training. Have we not gotten that far of what we could do, start training?
I think he'd be working in concert with us. I think one of the things that, with preparing for this initiative, Tyler and I participated in the Unlearning Racism class last year. And at the conclusion of that, we brought to the entire class the initiative and options for how to proceed to get their feedback. And one of the things that we had to acknowledge after attending the class and with the group that was present is that within our organization, we don't have someone with the expertise to begin fostering and leading the effort. But we need to start, and we need to start somewhere. And this is the beginning of that starting process. And while working with Sam first on the educational efforts, he would also be working collaboratively with us as a group in order to take next steps to work with us to establish with the group what we believe the next steps for building a stronger framework would be.
Okay, I just was confused because I didn't know if if we were just following the school district's training, then we wouldn't need someone to tell us what it was.
No, this would be setting up our start within our own organization. And again, enlisting him because we don't have that expertise.
Trustee Warren?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to chime in here a little bit too. I think, and Rebecca, correct me if I'm wrong, part of the value will be provided by the fact that I think that if you're going to have training, so much in the world has changed over the last 3 months. You have the disproportionate impact of COVID. You have the shootings that have occurred. You have the corresponding protests, corresponding unrest. So I think that we have a solid foundation. And we kind of know what it looks like. but I think that there's going to need to be some changes to the curriculum based on what's happened in the world over the last 6 months. So that's my thought process, Rebecca. I don't know if that's correct or not.
Changes in the curriculum.
Well, I just think that the curriculum needs to touch on, well, I'm not designing the curriculum, but I would think that part of when you're talking about racism, you have to talk about some of these events that have transpired over the last few weeks and months.
Sure.
That's my, so.
And have someone who's skilled at leading that discussion.
Right.
Because it's a,
yes.
I wonder if we could you go to Mr. Coleman and say, the budget is 6,500. We want this started as soon as possible. What do you recommend for us in the next 9 months that you could do for us for that cost, or maybe through the 2021 year? So
that
we
is
kind of know what we're getting for the money that we're spending, instead of otherwise it sounded like it was kind of more open-ended.
That is what we've asked for. And we're looking forward to getting that from him, I believe, early next week.
Excellent.
And,
thank you.
And then we'll be reviewing that and bringing that back to you on June 15th.
Okay.
Trustee Ursing?
Yes.
I just want to lend my support to this program. I'm 100% in favor of it. You know, $6,500 is minimal cost for the importance of a program like this. So I'm in 100% full support of this program, and you know, the sooner we can get started, the better.
And this is Trustee Bockhorst. I agree completely. I also think that, you know, we've delayed this a year already. And of course, none of us are fortune tellers and can foresee the future, but this is past due. And also as an educator for almost 25 years on and off, the importance of having someone that knows how to teach and to actually have an instructor and a facilitator is great. I'm not saying it has to be Sam, but the fact that that is, you know, kind of his bailiwick, and $6,500 compared to, you know, $30,000 organizational study or $100,000 traffic study, when our community is really asking for this and has been asking for this. And I think we really need to respond to that. And $6,500 is chump change compared to what we spend on other things. So I'm completely in support of doing this sooner than later.
I agree with Trustee Bockhorst. Rebecca, one last question from me. The 6,500 would be for the coordinator, but I expect that there would be for the training more budgetary needs.
So in 2020 we budgeted the 6,500, and we have relayed that needs to accommodate for whatever facilitator costs we would have in 2020, as well as any training. We're still not sure yet what different opportunities we may have available for training, but we're looking forward to learning more with Sam. And then we'd be coming back to you with a budgetary request for 2021.
Okay, so that it's going to be more than, I would assume it's more than 6,500. It's just that's what we had in the budget this year.
For 2020, correct. So this would be beginning in our next steps to also then work towards an estimate for what we would need to allocate for the following year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, it sounds like there's strong support for prioritizing that one. Unless there's any other different comments, we'll move on to the next one just to get through the list for now.
The next one on the list is education on historic preservation. At this one, you'll recall Trustee Carpenter brought this forward last year. It was prioritized in 2020. I've been holding off. The method of how we were going to go about doing this was actually in cooperation with the Historical Society and bringing in an expert from the state to do a one-day training and education on different methods of how to go about historic preservation. At the time, we had concluded, and there was the Abley House and the demolition and a lot of different points of view voiced within the scope of the community. And we had wanted to learn what mechanisms would be out there and also gauge some public interest about which would be best to evaluate and then move forward with for Shorewood. It was envisioned to be a one-day in-person training. And so once COVID had hit, I had backed off a little bit because we were unsure in terms of what that future may be. If we can and do have the opportunity to do this at some point in the fall, that's something that could be on the horizon. I know that I'm also just sensitive to the timing and the unknown of COVID, and also people's receptiveness to maybe wanting to be together. This type of a seminar hasn't taken place virtually, but I think as we continue with time, we'll continue to work with the Historical Society and see what we can do. So
Can I just
Trustee Menta.
it's 7:15 and we have not even gotten to the trustee initiative. So I'm not sure what the plan is for the rest of the cow. Are we just not going to even discuss the initiatives that we bothered to put in, or what?
My suggestion is I never thought we could get through this in one session. So Rebecca, I don't know about the next cow and what it's scheduled for, but I believe we're going to need 2 sessions.
the next cow is actually scheduled to be a presentation from the Public Works consultant on the DPW organizational analysis.
So I would like to just ask the board their opinion that I do not believe we're going to get through this all tonight in the next 15 minutes. I think it's important work. I think even for the public to hear where we're at with our initiatives and for us to understand them with our 2 new trustees is very important every year. Probably one of the most important things we do. So either there is the option of starting the cow earlier in 2 weeks and covering the 2 topics, finishing up this one, or we could call a special meeting. What would be your idea and your preference?
My preference would be to go a little earlier as opposed to calling a special meeting.
Mine too. Okay. Anybody else?
I'll second that.
I would suggest we try to just have a sentence or 2, and we don't have time to have 5 minutes on.
Everybody, including yourself, has spent time talking tonight. So I don't want to say, one sentence, we always say that, but if people have comments, we'd like to hear them.
Should we just keep moving through them though?
Yeah, we sure can. I just want to know if everyone's okay with an earlier session for Cal at the next one.
This is Trustee Blackforest. No, I'm not okay with an earlier session. Our meetings go until after midnight and I work full time. And then secondly, a special meeting is also not in order. We need to be more efficient with our meetings. And if we can't get through stuff, we just don't get through it. But we cannot have additional meetings. We all have lives and we're busy and the staff is busy too. So we just got to be better.
Okay. Well, then I suggest that nobody comment and Rebecca will go through the list. Continue on, Rebecca.
The next one we have is develop capital facilities planning, which in 2020 it was discussed as if time allows. I know that Trustee Amenta has also submitted an initiative again on that for this year for the board's review and consideration. As a suggestion, it would be, and this is just my suggestion, it would be a goal for, at least for the purposes of the next meeting prior to the DPW analysis, to go through the remainder. And then on June 15th, we're also slated as taking action on the initiatives. So perhaps we could come back in September and then review the future items of consideration.
Continue on. So we have the board initiatives.
So then we would move to trustee initiatives.
Yep.
So I know we have 3 trustees who submitted initiatives: Trustee Amenta, Trustee Warren, and Trustee Carpenter. Would one of you like to start reviewing initiatives? I apologize, I don't have them immediately in front of me.
I can probably get through mine very quickly because we frankly tie to stuff we already talked about. If Trustee Amenta, Trustee Carpenter, unless you want to go first.
Trustee Warren, go ahead.
So mine were a couple of mine were on the items for future consideration. Well, the Welcoming Village Ordinance, which we talked about last year, and the Code of Conduct and Ethics, which I'd like to see prioritized. It underlies a lot of what we talk about and a lot of the regulations that we talk about. So it'd be nice to prioritize that. Bocce I submitted, but we already talked about that in connection with the parks. Minutes I submitted. Finding a way to better get through minutes, but I think that ties to agenda management, and it's also on items for future consideration. And finally, the newer one that I submitted was a welcome center outside the village on the Oak Leaf Trail, and that would be more something we could tie to Shorewood Historical Society. There's a number of parties we could bring in on that. So it's my 2-minute explanation.
Thanks, Trustee Warren. Trustee Carpenter.
Yeah, my one that I submitted, we discussed very briefly, but is about historical preservation. I still feel really passionate about the need for some historical preservation, understanding, and education, and planning in light of what's happening just north of us and what happened with Abley's house and what potentially will continue to happen in the community. So, so that was something.
And Trustee Carpenter and I had discussed, I wanted to co-sponsor her proposal. I can explain at a different meeting because we don't have time tonight, but when we look at the historic preservation ordinance, rather than just an educational session, I think it needs to be talked about as an ordinance and potentially tying in design review board and the zoning code update, because the three of them go hand in hand, putting in the design requirements into the code and also the historic preservation ordinance into the code, and then potentially getting rid of design review board. So those would be my thoughts. Of course, historic preservation ordinance would be the leader of those. They would be tag-alongs. Anything further, Trustee Carpenter? Okay, and then there was a third one? A third submittal?
From Trustee Menta.
Trustee Menta.
Mine are in writing. I assume everyone's read them.
Can you just list what they were?
I believe I would like to start discussion about a community police oversight committee. I would like to have comprehensive review of board procedures, policies in Chapter 155, which is a lot of the items for future agenda. What else do I have? I haven't pulled them all up here. Rebecca, do you have the whole list? I don't have every single one in front of me.
Capital planning and budgets is another one of yours.
Capital planning and budgets is the same one I've done in prior years. I had one more. I can't remember what it is.
Section 155.
Since we're not taking time to discuss it, I don't see what,
Exactly.
Right.
Okay.
So I don't know why I even bothered to put the time in to do anything.
Well,
and I thought your last initiative was great, Trustee Amenta, the one that you can't remember, on looking through the board policies and how we conduct ourselves, and
right,
not just like code of conduct.
It's right. It's code of conduct. It's reviewing the
Chapter 155.
Reviewing like the 3/4 to suspend the rules. A whole bunch of issues around self-governance. But this is something I think that would have to flesh it out in terms of what exactly we want to look at as something. I think a committee like SIC or someone would have to take this on and sort of figure out what the scope of it would be.
So just for the board update, we started that process. We're starting that process, and I believe we decided it was going to go to JP&L because board process typically goes to JP&L as a committee. So I 100% support it. I think it needs to get done within the next year. And I think annually it should be reviewed by future boards. It brings boards together. The League of Wisconsin Municipalities recommends that you review your board policy with your board every year, maybe in January. It's a very good team building effort. And so we've been talking about it for a long time. I 100% support it.
Oh, I
agree that we should.
I remember what my fourth one was, producing a document of a village annual report, similar to the Shorewood Today magazine that gets mailed to everybody, that has, the accomplishments, that gives people both budget information about how the budget works and what the levy is and all that kind of important stuff, but also gives people an update on, what we're doing in terms of infrastructure, what our road project, so really just give people a picture every year in, at the same quality of publication that Shorewood Today is, and explaining what village government, what we've done, what we've accomplished, what we have yet to do.
Like an annual report? Similar to an annual report? Somewhat like an annual report?
An annual report, but I also really want there to be a section really explaining budget and what the budgetary issues are, and sort of, basics of how the budget works and levy and all that kind of stuff. I just think, I think generally speaking, like we do a lot, and we don't, most people in town like don't really know, like what we're doing with roads, what the water main issues are, what's going on with streetlights. There are issues with trees. I mean, we deal with so many issues, and the village is working on so many issues. And we, Shorewood today like has a couple of articles about the village, but then it has like, the pet store and the this and the that, and it's I think our content gets lost within all the advertising and all the marketing and stuff within Shorewood today. And I think it'd be really worthwhile to have a publication once a year. Even if it's something just on the website. I mean, it's really useful. I go to a lot of municipal websites for the work that I do, and it's really helpful to be able to like click on an annual report and see not only the annual reports that are on our website on the page that we do for prioritization, but like for example how many miles of roadway we have, the data about recycling, like any kind of data or indicator. And I know Tyler did this like 2016 or 2017, Tyler, I remember you did a collection of indicators for each department. And I mean, I think it's a big project, but it's just sort of basic information for people to understand about the village and what we do, and because we are doing a lot, and we have a full plate, and we have a lot of ambition about things that we're trying to get done. We're always trying to use tax dollars carefully. And I'm not sure we communicate that all the time. So I would like to have more of an effort to communicate that to people.
I love that. Thank you so much for that. Does anyone have any questions, or that's the last of our village initiatives, correct?
I did have one question for David on the Community Police Oversight Committee. I'm wondering if that's something that would any of that come out in that police organizational survey? Otherwise, is that something public safety should work on? My public safety?
Well, so this is something that's been talked about, that HRC has talked about and tried to address and kind of struggled with, that Shorewood Moving Forward, which is a community group, has also been really concerned with. And actually I wrote this before the last couple of nights and things that have been happening, but I'm not saying I'm not saying we should do it. I'm saying we should start talking about how we would do it, how we could structure it, what the right way to do it, really what its scope and mission would be. And I do want to say on this too, like we've had a couple of issues, like for example, with the active streets, and we ask pet and bike safety, and they come back and we say, no, that's not what we want. We had the same thing with holiday decorations. We asked HRC, they came back and we said, no, that's not what we want. I don't want to give it to HRC or a committee before we as a board have figured out more clearly what it is we're asking for. But I think it's something that we need to start discussing among the board as to what the scope would be and what the mission would be, and be really clear about that. And then we need to start engaging with stakeholders in the community, and the police, of course, and the police commission and all that kind of stuff.
To answer Kathy's question, I think it would be a great idea to include in the organizational analysis, because that will cover the police force, the police commission. It should cover the police commission, and then any gaps in community oversight and recommendations. It will help us rather than the board just sitting and spinning our wheels on what we want. I think it would be a great recommendation to put something in that scope of work for the consultant.
But it's not part of, it has to be separate from it has to be a community thing,
no,
not part of the police organization. It has to be separate from it. So I don't see
correct.
it.
Yeah, correct. But I'm just saying that the consultant would be the best person to help us. I mean, someone that's going to do a police department analysis will have experience with oversight of the police department from the community and police commission as well. And they probably would be the best to give us help and direction in what we can form. That's just my thought.
And I'm not sure that people realize that we do not, like the city of Milwaukee has a separate body if you have an issue with the police that you go to and can file a complaint with to be investigated. And we do not have that in Shorewood. So I think a lot of people don't realize that we have no official body. I'm not sure that a consultant who is going to be talking about the police organizational study is probably coming from a police background, and yes, they may have awareness of it, but I'm not sure that that's exactly the kind of take on it that we want. But
Okay.
I'm with Trustee Amenta on this one. I do think that it is like the Fire and Police Commission in Milwaukee, which, as you said, it's not. I totally agree. This is something that our community has been asking for a long time. HRC, Shorewood moving forward, a variety of people, and I can't think of a better time.
Okay, well, either of you have an idea of what we're prioritizing? I think it's a great idea, but are we budgeting funds for a consultant? So what was the plan? Are we just putting it to the board? I don't know. Go ahead.
On this
I agree with
specific
the initiative, but I don't know what it's going to.
I do think that we need some advisement through the organizational study.
I do too.
And it may not, because the reality is that people do not understand that the police department is not managed by a committee.
Right.
And that will not be how the management of our police department proceeds. And I do think that it requires a level of collaboration coordination, which is what we've suggested within the scope of the organizational study, to talk about that community relations component. And to provide that next step. It's not the same as the other departments that we do have. I mean, and it's important that we recognize that we have a police commission.
What department is run by a committee?
I don't think she's suggesting that.
She's saying that the police department's not going to be run by a committee, but I don't know any other department that's run by a committee.
I think what Rebecca is saying, and I agree with her, is that an expert in police department organizational analysis can help us form an oversight body or a whatever, an outside look at the police department of Milwaukee and come back with some recommendations for us. It doesn't have to be part of the police department, but other than lacking of that, we have no expert or anyone giving us some direction and knowledge of what we can and cannot do in a community group. And I think that's the fear, is if we strike out on our own without any input from an expert, that we may be creating something that is not implementable or can't be implemented based on the law. So I think that it's important that we have a consultant help us with this. And if not, I'd like to hear from you where you would get any input on what to create.
Milwaukee.
Okay, so Rebecca would talk to Milwaukee?
Yeah, they've got a police commission. I mean, I work for Alderman Bob Bauman.
Well, we have a police commission too. Okay, well then no consultant. That's Rebecca and I's recommendation, is that we would put in the organizational analysis.
I'm not sure I heard that from Rebecca exactly. I heard you summarize what you thought she heard.
No, that would be a starting point. Trustee Amenta, let me clarify, because I realize with the question that you had that I probably wasn't being very clear. Within the scope of the memo, which discussed this item, and at least internally, we've talked about the police department working collaboratively with the HRC to identify ways for the community as a whole to gather meaningful data and effective community outreach and programming, specifically with minority-based populations. And I think what the study could do, because this is not a new topic, but that could help us as we look at the scope of the organization as it is, and with the deputy chief position and what potential could be there, look at ways and effective programs that we could focus on and utilize in Shorewood to address some of those areas. And I just while we have an opportunity, we don't do organizational studies every day, much less in our police department. And so I would find synergy there in trying to leverage that opportunity to become almost a starting point to engage in further conversation within that regard.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that a study focusing on internal workings, like how many sergeants we need and how many lieutenants and how many people we're going to need for parking. I mean, that's internal organization of the police department. You know, a question of the shape and scope of a citizen oversight committee is a somewhat different question from that. So I'm not sure, you know, the best consultant who may be able to consult you on the number of sergeants may not be the appropriate person to be talking about how to form a citizen oversight. Anyway,
So
that's
are you,
just on it.
I just want to be clear, are you proposing that we would hire a different consultant to do this? What is
Well,
the,
I don't know that we need to hire consultants for everything. I mean, we do,
Okay.
you know, there are multiple models around. I mean, if there are statute about what we can do, then the village attorney can tell us. I mean, I really was meaning it more as like a very preliminary beginning to that discussion. And I think it's really important, and this is kind of reminiscent of when we started the HRC, it's really important to be very clear about what the board's expectation is, and you know, the community expectation, and to sort of I think establish those from the beginning. So
I'm with her too, and these are board initiatives. They're not, hey, board has to come up with how these processes are all going to be implemented, especially all the things we've talked about, including the Bocce. So I am all for 100% us going forward on this and at least getting the ball rolling. And maybe we find out through that process that it's not possible. But to say that we need to design how this is going to happen before we even start as a board, that's not our bailiwick, it's not our skill set.
any other trustee have a comment? Okay.
If we're going to pay a consultant to look at the police department, I'm sure that community outreach could be somewhere included in the scope of the project. And let's see what we get out of it. We can take, you know, we're getting the information and then we do with it what we want. And it couldn't hurt to be a starting point if we get the new hire and the organizational survey. Those are two good tools we could use to start with the kind of thing. We can see what it becomes.
Okay, well, it sounds like we're all on the same page. Trustee Bockhorst and Amenta, you'd leave it up to the administration to figure out how to implement our initiative as a board, and Trustee Stokebrand, myself, support putting the organizational analysis. But in general, the administration would figure that out for us. So,
yeah,
okay.
And while we're finishing up.
No, I just think we should talk about it. I'm not saying we even have to go to that next step, President Rozak. I say as a board, if there's interest, by going around and asking people if they're interested in beginning the ball on this, then we figure out how the ball rolls at that point. And it's not about who's right about consultants or not, but it's about, is this important to us?
I understand.
And that's what this discussion's about.
Thank
So
you.
That's what
we're not going around the table for one initiative. We haven't done any of the other ones. So, okay. So we are
you
out
get
of
to
time.
talk at everyone.
We are out of time. And so I will have a move for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll now adjourn into the village board meeting. Rebecca, how do I go about doing this?
What we would do is just convene the regular meeting of the village board.
Okay. Let me just pull up my notes here from Sarah. Give me 1 second because they're not. It's scrolling. Sorry. Okay. So, all right. I'd like to call this meeting of the village board to order. It is 7:38 p.m. This is a teleconference meeting of the village board. I will be leading the meeting and the board members will be called upon to speak. If there are members of the public on the call that desire to speak on the topic that is not on the agenda, they will be provided an opportunity to do so under citizens to be heard on the agenda. I also may allow for the public to speak following village board member discussion on an item, following the village board discussion and its conclusion of discussion. To ensure an efficient meeting, members of the public should not speak until called upon to do so. I want to remind all board members and staff to mute your phones and computers when not speaking. And I also want to check to see if there are any members of the staff on the call. Are there any staff members, and if so, can you identify yourself?
Rebecca Ewald, Village Manager.
Tyler Burkhart, Assistant Village Manager.
Art Creek
Leanne,
Planner.
Leanne Butchlick, Department of Public Works.
Sarah Brockman, Village Clerk.
Is that everyone? Okay. Is there any press members on the call? And if so, please identify yourself. And are there any members of the public on the call? And if so, please identify yourself by your name and your address. Quick reminder for the trustees on discussion format. Oh, we're going to open the agenda item for consideration.
President
Open the item
Rozak?
Yes.
This is Ann McCullough from 4013 North Prospect Avenue in Shorewood.
Hi, Ann, and thank you.
There are many
Any-
citizens here. There's probably like 12 people, so.
Sarah, would you like me to have them identify themselves?
If they're going to be speaking, so that we kind of know just how many we have speaking, that would be great.
Okay, so if you plan to speak and you're on the call as a resident or a community member, could you please identify yourself and your address?
Eric Gitz. Paul Zovic, 2504 East Newton Avenue.
Okay,
Eric
so we got,
Gitson, Eric Gitson, 4434 North Maryland Avenue.
This is Maeve McKegg, 4013 North Prospect.
okay. Anybody else?
I'm sorry, I might have been stepping on Eric. Paul Zovic, 2504 East Newton. Sorry, Eric.
Thank you, Paul. So we have 4 people that have identified themselves. Anybody further? Okay. I'm just going to do a reminder and then we'll talk about the public notice. We're going to open the agenda item for consideration. We'll open the item for discussion, asking each of the village board members to speak once. Village board members should ask staff questions, if and any, during the discussion. And after everyone has spoken once, I'll ask if there's a motion. If not, or even if so, we'll go around one more time if needed and ask for trustees if they have any more comments or discussion or questions. And then we will ask if there's a will to call the question, to make a motion if needed. And then all votes tonight will be done by roll call vote.
President Rozak?
Yes.
This is Trustee Backhorst. I did have a point of clarification. I don't know if I asked of you or the attorney, but I like this process. We're going around once, and given that not everyone's on the computer, are you going to go alphabetically? And also, I'm going to say that as the chair, I am putting you in as probably as one of these people, of one of us 7 that gets to speak once, because it gets a little back and forthy, and I think we have to keep the ball rolling.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Sarah, has the public notice been issued for this meeting?
The meeting has been posted and noticed according to law.
Thank you. Are all trustees present?
All trustees are present since the committee of the whole, yes.
Okay. So tonight, first thing on our agenda is special order of business 5A to discuss and possible consideration of additional streets to Shorewood's active street program. The motion will be by roll call. Who is leading this item?
I wrote the memo. This is Tyler Burkhart. I was with a group with Trustee Carpenter and Trustee Warren, so I just want to defer to them if they want to take the lead. If not, I'm happy to take the lead.
Go ahead, Trustee Carpenter.
Oh, sorry, Trustee Warren, did you want to go?
No, I was just to provide a little bit of background, and Jessica, feel free to kind of to jump in here. We met, was it last week, and we started to look at streets in Shorewood to add to the active streets program. We looked at one option on the east and one option on the west. So we're really careful in terms of how we design these active streets, making sure there were alleyways and things like that as part of the streets to try to reduce congestion. One thing that I would point out right at the top is that we're very sensitive to getting public input and public comment. So tonight, what we're seeking is support from the board to move this forward and notify the residents living on those streets that this is something we're considering in order to bring it back at the next meeting for consideration of whether to designate these for active streets. Active streets this would be a designation that would last until the school year resumes or social distancing guidelines are lifted. I think we're all presuming that school year resumption would be before social distancing guidelines. But that's the takeaway from our discussion. Trustee Carpenter, anything I missed?
I think the only thing was that if school did not return into session, that we would open it for snow management and weather clearing. And there would be some financial implication to this, but DPW does have the majority of the barricades that are needed based on from the bike race, was my understanding as well. So I don't know, Tyler, I mean, Trustee Warren had everything, but I don't know if there was anything you think that we didn't cover.
I thought that was a great summary. Thank you. No, I have no further comments.
One other thing that stuck out to me in the memo is if we do this, we also don't have the barricades for block parties. That's right.
Correct.
And out of curiosity, just to kind of set the table here, I'm assuming that we've received no permits, no applications for block parties. I would be shocked if we had, but just to close the loop there.
Are we allowing them? Are we allowing block party applications?
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So
We're
block
not
parties.
receiving applications or allowing them.
Oh, we're not even opening up to applications. Okay.
Okay. Does any trustee have a question? Board member have a question?
Yeah, this is Trustee Bockhorst. I appreciate this idea, and I just wanted to know before the get-go if this has been fully vetted by the public safety and DPW regarding not only the emergency vehicles but other things that I don't need to enumerate right now but if there are any concerns from staff and the staff recommendations.
Chief Nimmer was on our call, and part of the reason why at the on the west side, why we did not include Kensington was that was part of that reason for the cross traffic of the village. And Trustee Warren, correct me if I'm wrong, but that seemed to make him be more comfortable, as well as DPW feel more comfortable with the quantity of barricades needed by leaving that kind of top end of the U open. So that sort of satisfied both of their needs in regards to that.
Okay, and does this also satisfy like delivery trucks and other things, or like residents need to like pull up in front of their house versus park in the alley and other overnight parking and guests and stuff like that?
Yeah, I would just throw in it's a soft closure. So Leanne, correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't have concerns with DPW trucks being able to get into the streets or people being able to get in and out and park. It's very much a soft closure of the street.
Oh no, I meant like delivery trucks or guests of residents, et cetera, things like that would use the public streets.
Yeah, the signs would say road closed to through traffic. And the way that Joel, or maybe it was Leanne, I'm sorry, explained it would be that it would be like a staggering of barricades. It wouldn't be similar to the all the way across barricades like we have on Estabrook. So it would be a stagger. So you would have to really work to get around it, but you could get around it if you needed to, park on your street or UPS, etc.
Jessica, or Trustee Carpenter, what is the duration? Is there an end time? Like, is it when a certain phase is reached?
So the discussion was until either school starts, social distancing is no longer needed, or we get to November 1st and there's a need for winter weather removal.
Trustee Ursink, question.
Wait, excuse me. I just had a follow-up question just for clarity. And then Trustee Ursink, you can go next. When I said end date, what if the end date for, like, say we reach phase 5 or whatever, before those things that you just mentioned?
Phase C.
I mean, we didn't. I guess we didn't plan for that, but I would think that if we moved through the phases expediently, I think we'd probably have to come back here and decide what to do. I mean, it would be great if that happened, but I think we'd have to come back here and modify.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Ursink.
Have you guys had a chance to talk to the residents in that little area? Get at least an initial kind of feedback, or maybe knock on a couple doors to see what people would think about this little corridor here?
Not initially. We have not reached out. We were looking to get support of the board first before there was any communication. You know, and based on the feedback just from when we discussed Menlo, no, you know, I haven't heard from, you know, hundreds of residents saying how much they think this is like the worst idea ever. Maybe Tyler has. Sorry, Tyler.
I would love to respond to this. So if you look in your packet, the action tonight is just for you as a board to approve the conceptual location. We spent last week getting labels ready so that if you give the okay on location tomorrow, we're literally going to have staff then send out letters to residents that are impacted in this area, letting them know about the June 15th board meeting. That's when you would give your final approval on the location, and that would allow them to be able to provide their feedback before you make a decision.
Great. I'd like to make a motion if I can.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to begin community outreach efforts to inform residents of the proposed active streets location on Marlboro, Wildwood, Congress, Stoll, and Wood.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Ursink, a second by Trustee Warren. Any further discussion by the board? Anybody that hasn't spoken yet?
Yes, I don't understand why we have to do this 24/7. I mean, can't we just do it like Saturday afternoon or all day Sunday or something like that? And then, you know, we're giving an opportunity for people to get out and use it, and we're not, you know, fundamentally changing the nature of the street.
Trustee Carpenter?
Maybe I'll start, if you don't mind, Trustee Carpenter, because that recommendation originally came from the Pet and Bike Safety Committee. Their thoughts, 2 reasons. One, it's consistent. It's for a messaging perspective, it's in their eyes, I think it was an easier message to convey if it would be 24/7 blocked, such as so. Secondly, if you were to do it on the weekends or something like that, I think in their eyes, then you would have to have some kind of volunteers to help put them up, because DPW isn't working on the weekends. And then it begs the question, well, what if someone that it was assigned to do them forgot to put them up? So I think they were concerned about some liability reasons for that. So that's why the original recommendation from them came to be 24/7.
Tyler, does any other board member, I have a question about that, but does any other board member? Yes, Trustee Nanda.
I mean, I actually live on the route, and I'm not on an alley, and I frequently have to back out of my driveway onto Congress, which is already, you know, somewhat dicey. And I have a new driver in my house who is also backing out, and I'll just say, you know, if it was the kind of thing that was, you know, even Friday night to Monday morning, you know, then you don't have issues with delivery and that kind of thing. And I don't know. I think I think it's much preferable to do it for a certain period on the weekend rather than having it 24 hours. I mean, I just as a citizen, as somebody who lives on Wildwood and Congress, it would make me kind of nervous.
Just a quick follow-up on that.
Trustee Ursink.
If you've been down in the River West area, there's plenty of streets like this blocked off in River West. cars still move through that area. There's a lot less traffic. So I think if you're concerned about traffic, there's a lot less car traffic, and there's a lot less, you know, it's not, the streets aren't flooded with people walking and biking. There's just much more open opportunities for people to walk that we don't have right now. So like the Oak Leaf Trail is completely filled with people, and there's not a lot of space, you know, for people to kind of, you know, be active. So I think this is just a follow up. And if you go into River West and kind of check it out, they're all over in River West. And I think you can look at the Active Streets website to find out those streets. I would say if you have the opportunity to go and check it out firsthand for yourself, you know, I think it's a lot less intimidating, you know, than it sounds.
I would like to voice support for Trustee Amenta's comments that I too feel, I mean, with Esterbrook Park closed off, the street, which is an awesome opportunity. It's you know, we achieved. We are only 1 square mile, so we're you know, not as similar to the city of Milwaukee. And I think that an opportunity for recreational activity Friday through Monday is sufficient.
Trustee Bockhorst, do I get to speak again?
Yeah, sure. Trustee Bockhorst.
I mean, I don't know if anyone else wanted to speak ahead of me. I would obviously let that happen.
Anybody else?
I would just like to say, you know, this is sort of the same thing we ran into with Menlo Boulevard.
Who is that? Sorry.
I think Trustee Stokebrand.
I think this is sort of what we ran into in Menlo Boulevard, which was not in my backyard. And I understand that and I respect that, but I think we should just do the process that we started with last time. If we get an outpouring of people in this area, like David and other people there, who just do not want this in their neighborhood, then we'll find out at the next meeting. I think you have to let the process play out.
Great.
And I hope we can vote soon.
Good point. Let's vote.
Trustee Bockhorst?
Yeah, and I agree with that sentiment. I also agree with a lot of the things that you've got to like start it. I also agree with what Trustee Amenta said. It doesn't have to be the same location, and even though that might be better for messaging, and I know I'm going off here a little bit, but I do want to say that this is an inconvenience for anyone, and so maybe it's something that can be shared in around or not, but yeah, I'm ready to vote as well. And I would support at least going to the next step and looking at this and letting the residents in that area weigh in.
Okay, any other last comment?
I just have one comment and then I'm ready to vote, but you know, I think the idea that, you know, we're at 1 square mile and this is a lot.
Uh-oh.
Trustee Carpenter, we're losing you.
Was my initial thought, and the head of
Trustee Carpenter, you might want to ask your family to stop using Netflix for a little while.
In regards to.
Hey, Trustee Carpenter.
We're having a hard time hearing you, Trustee Carpenter.
Am I back?
You're back. Now you are.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Quick. Okay. Last thing, the other, I don't know what you heard, but the other question.
Uh-oh, you're gone again.
Concern I have about just doing the weekends. Maybe you can't hear me now again. I'm frozen. Can you hear me?
Keep going.
Keep going.
Trustee Erzing, please stop. Trustee Carpenter, I'll let you know if we can't hear you. Try again. Okay, we can't hear you. So if you could dial back, maybe try again.
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Okay, last chance. Try now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone else is frozen. I don't know. It's fine. I'm ready to vote, so it's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we will take a roll call vote. If you could restate the motion, clerk, and then take a roll call vote.
Yep. Direct staff to begin community outreach efforts to inform residents of the proposed active street locations on Marlborough, Wildwood, Congress, Stoll, and Wood.
And a roll call. Go ahead.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Erzing.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
7-0.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. We'll now move to the next special order of business, which is 5B. Consider farmers market request to use Village Hall parking lot for 2020 and 2021. Rebecca?
The farmers market reached out to the village because they were informed that the Lake Bluff parking lot is no longer available for their use of the market this year. As you know, the market is scheduled to begin on June 21st and runs through, I believe, October 25th. And due to the school district's renovations, the Lake Bluff parking lot, apparently the Atwater school parking lot, high school parking lot are unavailable for use of the market. So they approached the village and are looking to potentially utilize the Village Hall and Village Center parking lot on Sundays from the time period of 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Included in your packet, due to the late arrival of this information, staff just kind of provided some bullet points about some conversation and key points of action. Should the board agree that this is something that they desire to pursue, a special event permit would need to be filed with the village, as well as a temporary storage unit application through the Planning and Development Department for a temporary pad to be located in a parking stall within the parking lot. And I know that Trustee Ursink submitted the initial request, so if I have missed something
Wait. So I want to ask a point of order. Trustee Ursink is on the board of directors. Is that correct for the farmers market?
That is correct.
So I think that would be a conflict of interest for him to participate in the discussion. Is that correct?
He doesn't make money.
No, I understand that. Is the attorney here?
Yes, President Rosick, to answer your question, that's addressed by Village Code Section 155-21, and I will read it to you. It says, no member of the board shall vote upon any proposed ordinance, order, resolution, or proposition in which he or she may personally be interested other than as a citizen of the village. So not knowing personally what that connection is for Trustee Ursink, that's a decision he'll have to make based upon the language of the ordinance as to whether he feels it's appropriate for him to vote, whether he has an interest, a personal interest other than as a citizen of the village.
Okay, so Trustee Ursink, do you want to make that decision?
I feel comfortable about this any way you want to take it. So without a yes vote, there's no farmers market in Shorewood this year. So I think it's a pretty.
So you're opting then to participate in the discussion. I just asked, what is your decision about conflict of interest?
I feel like I don't necessarily need to vote on this, but if you have any questions and I can further inform you, the board, about the farmers market, I'm here to do so.
And so Nathan, I'm not clear because we've never had this discussion before, and so I just want to be certain. If you're not participating in the vote, are you also not participating in the discussion? That's
well,
what I was told.
I think that you could ask him questions as a representative of the farmers market if there was anything that you wanted him to clarify.
Okay.
But if he's not voting, he's choosing to determine that he has a conflict under 155-21. So, but again, I think it's if you want to ask him questions because he's the only representative of the farmers market here, that's appropriate.
Okay, it's just because I was told for the CDA, if you're not participating in the vote, that you should not be participating in the discussion if there's a conflict of interest. So if that's not the case, then I'm okay with that. Okay, so does any trustee have a question or comment on the proposal?
I do.
Trustee Carpenter.
Hope you can hear me. I have the comment. I'm a little bit frustrated that we found out at such a late time. I think the farmers market starts the 21st, was what Rebecca said. Today's June 1st, that we're just now finding out that Lake Bluff was not available and that the school district did not communicate that effectively. So I'm a little bit frustrated in that regard. My other question is more in regards to COVID and social distancing and masks. What is, and maybe Arthur or Trustee Ersing, sorry, can respond to that. But what is the plan for masks? Are they required? What is the social distancing plan for the farmers market?
Yeah, am I able to answer? Am I able to talk about this or not? Okay, well, so the Shorewood Farmers Market, we've been working at great lengths through the past month to create a plan, and it really echoes what the Milwaukee Farmers Market Coalition is also planning. So if you, markets like Fondy Farmers Market and the Tosa Farmers Market are really good examples of how our farmers market's going to change. We are a very social farmers market. That's kind of like that's our, that's kind of the base. That's the draw to our market. We have music. We have, people can sit and eat and talk to the neighbors. And we really had to change that dynamic. We are, by far encouraging face masks. I don't think we can make them mandatory. I don't think that's permissible to make face masks mandatory. We have reconfigured the vendor stalls, and that's really why, that was a really big reason why we can't be at Lake Bluff. I mean, minus all the construction that's happening there, it just shrinks our space. We need vendors to be at least 7.5 feet apart from each other. And I see Barb Heinen, who is also on this call, so maybe she can share her thoughts as well as and one of the organizers. But our space has we've really opened up the space at the market because we are looking to create a different traffic pattern. We're looking at creating a one-way road at the market, so people are able to just kind of walk in one direction and then exit. We are creating space and stalls, so only one person at a time is able to go up in front of a vendor, and we're asking that families only send one person per family to come. So we're trying to minimize the amount of people coming to the market and their interaction with the food and other people. All the food has to be taken home. You cannot eat at the market anymore, so you can buy prepared foods and take it home. We are also working on a pretty robust system, online ordering system. So we're really trying to get that off the ground where people can order ahead of time and come and just pick up their food. So this is all very, it's all very new to us, but luckily for us, we have really great relationships with a lot of the other local farmers markets and farmers market organizations. And we're really working with them for best practices. And luckily some of those markets are already going forward with their practices, and we're able to kind of see what's working for people and how it's working.
Oh, thank you very much. Trustee Carpenter, do you have any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
There's also going to be signage everywhere. We're creating signage for, the different the new rules. So we have a long list of rules. Those rules are going to be published in Shorewood today, and we're also going to have signage that's kind of listed all over the market to kind of direct people on what the do's and the don'ts are of our market. So it's going to look.
Is Shorewood today through the bid?
No, we've taken out an advertisement and seen that there's no events in Shorewood. We're going to utilize some extra space. They want to write about the market.
Okay, Trustee Bockhorst, I do have a question. I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. So I do appreciate this, and I think this is an opportunity because this is an open air market, and we also have the opportunity here to be leaders in what we require or would like to see our business partners in this community follow. Because as a board, we haven't decided whether or not we're going to bring the hammer down on Metro Market or any of the other kind of businesses and require that they wear masks or that they practice things. So this is an opportunity. We can always take this away. The farmers market, it provides an invaluable service, and we're talking about small businesses and small farmers and other people have been really affected just like the rest of us. And as we all voted on, a month or so ago to offer relief to our businesses in Shorewood, this is another opportunity for us to continue to support, in an organic way, pun intended, a market that allows people to do some health and sustainability and be outside, which, as we all know, is much safer than being inside touching a bunch of things. So I know there are health risks. There are always going to be health risks in today's in this new world order, and given, that most of us still go to grocery stores or go to Walgreens or go to other places. So I think that, we have to weigh the benefits as well. And also we have the opportunity, as I mentioned before, to be leaders in doing the right thing.
Thank you. I would like to ask, is Ann Christensen here? No? Okay, I have a comment. I have a real issue with permitting mass gatherings on village property when we've committed to following the guidelines issued by the public safety officer or public health officer, which right now we're in phase B, and that limits to no mass gatherings, limited to 10 people at a time. I understand it's commerce, but even Atwater Beach is a walkthrough. It's not. I have a problem with going against our own policy to follow the guidelines and to tell others, retailers, and parades, and you can't have a homecoming parade for the schools. I'm a consistent person, and if I'm gonna, I think the village deserves consistency, and I'll say that again in a future agenda item tonight, meaning one that's already on the agenda. I'll say the same thing, that I really desire to be consistent, so that we're not putting one type of use over another. So for that reason, if Ann was here, my guess, and because she's not, I don't know, and I would ask Rebecca then as the second, what is your opinion on mass, the farmer's market where people gather and they'll be larger than what the guidelines suggest? Is Rebecca there?
Yes. I have not reviewed in detail the guidelines that have been put out by the health department relative to farmers markets, only because it has not been.
Do they have?
They do.
Okay.
And
yes.
Farmers markets are deemed essential, so we are an essential business.
Just like the bars and restaurants in Shorewood that are open.
And the patrons do not wear masks at the bars and the restaurants.
I have a
Trustee Amenta.
Yeah, and I think it'd be great if we could go around and have everyone
sure
their chance. Yeah, I share the concern in that the village would be kind of sponsoring an opportunity for people to gather in groups larger than what is being recommended by the North Shore. My other concern is that we already have uses for the parking lot. We have people who have permits to park there and are used to parking there. The library is going to be operating there at the same time, so it's not like it's just an empty lot that has no current use. I'm wondering if the farmers market has looked at the North Shore Bank parking lot on Lake Bluff and Oakland, or if you consider the parking lot in Estabrook Park, which is also very close by to the active street that is in that park. So I think that might be a really good location, and that was suggested to me by a member of the public.
I have sent emails to Milwaukee County Parks and our connections over there about Estabrook as a backup option, but I'm also very sensitive to the village and the residents that need our market, that need the fresh food that we supply. It's very important for a lot of our residents. We are also a supplier of EBT, and we do help plenty of people that need food assistance. So I think it's very crucial that it's centrally located. When we moved to Lake Bluff, a lot of our seniors in the community were very upset that they were that far away from where we began at Atwater. So we thought the Village Center would be a really good opportunity for a lot of our citizens, our seniors, to be a little bit closer to that access. We'd like to open up, time period for seniors to actually come earlier before all of our other guests come. We're very conscious about crowd management as well. So to answer your question, Trustee Menta, I have sent emails to Estabrook, to the folks that are running the park, and I have not heard back. We have also, as a board discussed North Shore Bank, there's a lot of logistical concerns with that. There's parking there as well. It's a very small space. We have close to 60 vendors, and it takes up quite a bit of space. So we've tried to look everywhere in the village, and we've really come to the Village Hall parking lot as probably the best and easiest option for the farmers market to proceed.
Thank you for that reply. We should go around the table, make sure if anyone hasn't spoken yet that they have the chance to. Trustee Warren?
Sure. Thank you, President Rosick. My biggest concern coming into this was that was obviously COVID and social distancing and making sure that you have things like one-way flows. You watch people gathering, and unfortunately, it can't be the atmosphere that we had previously at the Shorewood Farmers Market, which I really very much enjoyed. Arthur, it sounds like you've thought through those things and you're continuing to work through those things to make sure that it is something that's safe. So my view is, this is more akin to grocery shopping, and I'm comfortable with the recommendation. I don't know that I have any further questions. Mine was really Trustee Carpenter's question, but that's been answered.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. And Trustee Stokebrand?
Yeah, I just wanted to, obviously this is a sad year, and we all have to give up a lot that we really miss, and it's literally heartbreaking to think of all the things we have to give up. I just wanted to ask, have you thought of downsizing so you could fit on one of the school lots?
Well,
have you thought of like cutting the number of people you have, so because we're all giving up something this year. Could you cut the size of your vendors so you would fit? I think one of the school lots is still go back to Atwater, could work with the school district. Can they find a way to, they're in charge. This is their project. They can tell their contractors, we need this much space for Sundays, and they're not even working on Sunday. Like, is it a lot that they could have, their workers, where their workers usually park? Could they use the Atwater parking lot?
Well, I think there's a lot of safety concerns with the construction that's going on. So for Atwater specifically, it's really hard to navigate to get in and out of that blacktop space that's there. There's semi trucks that are blocking the space. It's really, on a normal day, it's hard for vendors to operate, to move in and out of that Atwater space. With Lake Bluff,
I believe, wouldn't the semi trailers be parked there for the duration of the construction project? Their storage, right?
Yes. So, downsizing for us is we are supporting small businesses. We're supporting farmers. We're supporting local food and access to local health, fresh foods. We would, at this time, we're not interested in losing any of our vendors because they very much so rely on our support to operate their business. So
okay, so would you take up the entire Village Hall lot?
The entire Village Hall lot would be, because we need to social distance our vendors. We would and we have to do it in a way that it's a one-way sort of street, so people can just easily go from one direction to the next and then exit. It would take up a great deal of that space.
And so the people who have permits to park there, what time, if we didn't have the farmers market there, what time would they have to leave the parking?
I feel like they're weekday parkers. They're not, those aren't weekend permits. So maybe
Is that true?
Rebecca can clarify there, but.
I don't think that's true.
So they obtain a permit to park Monday through Friday, and have an ability to park through the weekend as well. However, on the weekends, we also allow people to park on street. So these individuals would be notified by letter specifically that they would not be allowed to park in the lot on that Saturday evening due to the farmers market, and requested to park on street, but not on Frederick.
And about do we know how many people are affected?
Oh, good question.
And I'll ask Arthur another, I have a question for, so what about, we'd like the top level of the ramps, Metro Market, Mosaic?
I think it's all accessibility. I mean, we have a lot of older residents that, just have mobility issues. So we want to make sure that it's easiest and most convenient for those folks.
Well, the top level of Metro Market has an elevator.
I know.
There's no.
I wouldn't want to put people in the elevator.
Trustee Mentor, you got to wait. Trustee Stokebrand?
I mean, Metro Market has an elevator, right?
I don't think we'd want to put groups of people in elevators up and down. You know, I don't think that would be the healthiest.
Well, that's the model Metro Market is operating under right now. I mean,
I'm
But
not.
we're not Metro Market.
We want to stay away from. You know, we want to stay away. We're doing everything in our power to make sure people are socially distanced. The last thing we want to do is fit our seniors with other people and kind of contaminate them. I mean, so I wouldn't be in favor of that.
did you ask
Did I ask what?
about the top level of Metro Market parking ramp?
I just didn't see that as a viable option.
Okay, thank you.
Has everybody had a chance to ask questions? Okay, if anybody didn't, just let me know. I'll see if there's a motion, and then we're going to go around one more time and see if anyone has further discussion points. Do we have a motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion. I move to approve the use of the Village Hall Village Center parking lot by the Shorewood Farmers Market from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Sunday, beginning June 21st to October 25th, and location of a pod unit and village for trash recycling receptacles and 2 parking stalls in the parking lot upon submittal and approval of the special event permit and temporary storage unit permit within 5 business days.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh.
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Trustee Warren, a second by Trustee Carpenter. I'm going to go around the table one more time. Trustee Amenta.
I mean, it seems like every other possibility, like there's some reason, instead of really considering other possibilities and maybe modifying the number of vendors so you could fit at one place or the other, there's like some reason that it has to be Village Hall, Village Center parking lot. The parking there is going to be ridiculous because people are going to have to park to go to if the parking on Lake Bluff in the summertime and Morris around there is really parked up. It's going to be impossible for people who want to go to the library. I mean, they're going to have to park 3 blocks away. This is seriously going to affect the library.
When does the library open?
Please don't interrupt. Okay, you've had a million answers for every reasonable objection that anyone has had to this.
That's
and I understand.
Trustee Erzink, let her finish.
I mean, I understand that this is something that's important to you, but you know what? I feel like it's being kind of dumped on the village, and other options have not been seriously considered, including Trustee Stokebrand's very excellent suggestion of the top level of Metro Market. And I think the parking is is the library, I thought the library was open. Is the library not open? Maybe that's the time it's not open. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to answer your question. The library is open on Sundays from 11 until 3:30.
Okay, so it is going to impact the library, and I mean, it just feels like this was something that has been kind of dumped in our laps because the school is unwilling to compromise and find any way for you to do it. And I think you need to think about some other options, and I think we are contributing to attracting crowds of people, I don't support it.
It's an essential business. People need
Wait,
access to
Trustee
fresh
Erzink,
food. I'm
Trustee
sorry.
Erzink,
you should not
you did not ask a question. Trustee Amenta, are you done with your comments?
Yeah, I have no question.
Okay.
He does not need to respond.
Thank you. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, so if in a perfect world, we wouldn't have a pandemic. In a perfect world, we would have copious amounts of time to come up with all this perfect solutions. But let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. This is the solution that's brought for us. Yes, it would be great if the school district had done X, Y, Z. They did or they didn't. That's irrelevant at this point. Right now we have a solution in front of us. And sure, as Trustee Stokebrand had mentioned before, there's going to be some inconveniences. There are a hell of a lot of inconveniences going on right now, not only with the pandemic, but everything else. And if we can't pivot and we can't show our leadership here as a village that we still support healthy outdoor activities and good eating and all the great things that our community loves this farmers market, you guys realize. So if you guys want to be the ones that kill the farmers market, that's your legacy. I really hope that those of you who can understand that, yes, it's not a perfect world right now, but we're all doing the best we can. And we don't have time to go back. And really, we don't want to put a bunch of people in an elevator to go up to the top floor of the Metro Market parking. We don't want, and I've heard a lot of great solutions here as far as movement of people through this. Again, people can walk. It's the summer. Yes, it's going to be inconvenient. I don't think the bibliophiles are going to all of a sudden stop reading. You know, I understand. And if this is a problem, we don't do it this way next year when the pandemic probably will continue. But if we just let fear dictate and drive our decision making, when again, this is an essential business and we haven't closed down other businesses in Shorewood, such as, again, bars and restaurants, then I think we're foolish. So I completely support. I wish it were better. It's not. This is good enough for me.
Thank you, Trustee Bockhorst. Trustee Carpenter.
I see that Rebecca's back. I just have two questions / comments. Rebecca, I don't know if maybe I missed it, but do we know how many parking permits are in that lot?
Yes, 50 to 55, 51 to 55.
So they would be required to park elsewhere Saturday night, is that right?
Correct, on street, and the request for them would be to park on street in the neighborhood, but not necessarily on Frederick, between Capitol and Shorewood, so that people would have parking available for the market the next day.
What if they're out of town?
And then my other question, I definitely understand that there are other businesses that don't require masks, but there are, I've not been to a grocery store since this all started, Trader Joe's is doing a really good job of requiring masks, I think that would be something that I would feel much better about, is that, and I don't know how that is enforced, but requiring a mask. And, yes, there are restaurants and businesses that aren't requiring it, and I think they're wrong. That when multiple people are, reduces the transmission significantly. So, my internet's having issues, but if there's any way we can require that, I would really be in support of that.
Thank you. Trustee Stokebrand?
Yeah, I just had one more point. So the school district has a construction project, so do we. So how many firefighters for a shift? How many spots do we need for our firefighters, and are they supposed to park where? Do we know?
Rebecca, great question.
Sure. So right now we do have firefighters who park in the lot while the station's under renovation. NSFD employees would be advised that they would not be allowed to park in the lot or on Frederick between Capitol and Shorewood Boulevard on Saturday night from the 21st to October 25th. On Saturday evenings or until after 3 p.m. And then we would look to have them park on street.
So they would just be moving their cars like during their shift?
Correct. They start at 7 a.m. So they would either have them there and then move them prior to that time. But it would be our request just as a preventative method that they not potentially park there on Saturday night, because sometimes they get called out. It may not be available to move their car.
Right, exactly. Okay, for those reasons, I can't support this.
Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand. Trustee Warren, I believe? Or did you already go? I can't remember.
Thank you, President Rosick. I already went. I don't have anything further.
Okay. Did I miss anyone before I speak? Okay. I cannot support issuing a permit for the farmer's market for various reasons, most of which have already been stated. First, it is a special permit. And although it's like a grocery store, it requires a special permit like the 4th of July parade. And I don't want to be the killer of the farmer's market this year, but we killed 4th of July parade. So I'd like to postpone it.
This is an essential service. This is essential.
Trustee
This
Ursink.
is not homecoming or
Trustee
the fireworks.
Ursink, you are not to speak when trustees are speaking.
It's ridiculous.
So
Disservice to our community.
stop talking, please. The other thought that I had was that like Trustee Stokebrand, I agree. We have construction going on. I know there are different phases of that construction, and I believe that that is going to impede their ability to park when they need to park, just like the school construction needs to occur as well. I also agree with Trustee Amenta on the fact that the Village Center, library, and the fire station employees, all three of them, depending on which phase of we're entering at that point when the farmers market would be operating, are patrons to services. They're elderly, they're young children, they're pregnant women, and most of them are by car or by foot. And that is the lot that we provide on the weekends for those services and for those employees. And so we also have Village Hall employees that work on the weekends at some points. So for all the reasons, it's not an inactive parking lot. And it serves a purpose to essential services as well. I think there are other options in the village that have not been explored. And I would hope that the farmers market could, the board of directors would do that if this gets denied. And lastly, I just my most important concern is mass gatherings over 10. And I understand it's an essential service, but again, it would be on village property. I have no problem with a grocery store operating in the bricks and mortar that they have, but I do not, as a board member and the village president of the village, believe it would be prudent during a national health pandemic to not follow our own rules and allow mass gatherings. This is an event. It's a special permit event. And in that sense, Trustee Ursink, please. And in that sense, we're being asked to grant a special event permit. Now, I do know it surrounds food, but it is a gathering event where people come to socialize. And even with the precautions that I've heard from a board member of the farmers market, I do not believe it's prudent to have a mass gathering on village property, which goes against what we're doing with the public health department and following their standards. And so for that reason, I will.
You guys there?
Yep.
Rosick, we lost your, we can't hear you.
I got interrupted because of a Nixle alert. So can we repeat the last like 30 seconds?
President Rosick, we can't hear you.
I think we all got Nixle alerts
Right.
for the.
If you're waiting because of technological things, is it possible for you to entertain comments from the public?
Who takes over public safety chair? Kathy Stokebrand, that's you.
President Rosick, so it's clear she's not on the call anymore?
No,
Yep, so
she's
your
on the
turn.
call. We just can't hear her.
Yeah.
Okay. Where were we around the table? Did any other trustee need to speak before we open it to the public?
Point of question, Nathan, this is a question for Nathan. Am I still able to vote? Can I vote on this? I plan on voting.
Well, I think that you've recused yourself previously, and based upon your connection with the farmers market, it sounds like that was the appropriate decision to make concerning the conflict that would be present under Chapter 155, Sub 24 of the Village Code. So I think it would be probably the most appropriate thing would be to respond if there's any specific questions from the board with respect to questions about how it operates. But other than that, I think it's the most appropriate way forward is to not participate in the discussion or the vote.
Thank you.
I have a point of clarification or point of order or whatever it's called as well, Attorney Bear. Number one is that I didn't hear him say he was actually going to recuse himself, those words, but maybe it was implied. But then secondarily, and I would think going forward, this applies to anyone who owns a business in Shorewood voting on any business-related decision. And this to me is kind of a business-related decision as well, even though it's a special permit. So, I mean, to that vein, I mean, you could almost argue, you know, when we vote on anything bid-related or anything else, that the president, for example, recuses herself because she does own a business in this municipality. But maybe I digress slightly here.
Well, all I can tell you is under 155.21, that's exact. I read you exactly what the ordinance says. I didn't get into the state statute because the local ordinance is more specific and more restrictive than the state statute relating to economic conflicts of interest. But you were going to have to address those on a case-by-case basis. And I can't make any broad generalizations because, again, I don't know what every single person that is going to vote on an issue brings to the table. I don't know all of your backgrounds or connections in the community. These are decisions that you know, each individual member you know has to disclose and then decide on a vote-by-vote basis as to whether it's appropriate or not based upon the applicable ordinance and the statute.
Attorney Bear, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Are you talking about conflict of interest?
Yes.
Okay. I asked that question at the beginning of the meeting. Trustee Ursink had excused himself from the discussion. I mean, and he discussed as a representative of the board of the farmers market. So I don't know why we're discussing again.
There was just a question from one of the other. I think we were disconnected there for a minute or two.
Okay.
I was just responding to a specific question from a trustee.
Okay. Okay. Is there any other questions? Did you read the motion, clerk?
Are there public comments here, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Thank you. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak on the item?
I would like to.
Okay, hi.
My name is Barbara Heinen. I'm on the board of the Shorewood Farmers Market as well as one of the founders. The Shorewood Market has been around. We're heading into our 6th season. This is one of the most popular offerings in Shorewood. It provides an important economic opportunity for every single one of the vendors that are there. They rely on these markets to exist. If we don't have a place to hold this market, we are putting those vendors in serious risk. In addition, the state and the Milwaukee County Farmers Market Coalition have painstakingly looked through every issue to make sure that safety is at the forefront of every bit of operating procedures. So there's so many steps that we have ready to put in place to minimize any contact with people and to keep it as safe as possible. So as a food food service, I think it needs to happen. As we looked at locations around the city, this was thrown at us at a very last minute. We know it's not ideal. It's incredibly difficult to move a business. Everybody that has one will know how difficult that is. This parking lot seems like the best, easiest way to make this viable opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? And please, if you could refrain from repeating comments, but if you have anything to add.
Yes, this is Ann McCullough, 4013 North Prospect. I would request that the village board members who have expressed opposition to the matter before you to reconsider. I think that having the market is much more important than any of the concerns that you listed.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak on the matter?
Yes, Paul Zovic, 2504 East Newton Avenue. I will be brief. I am speaking in support of not only the Shorewood Farmers Market, but the approval of the special permit and the issue that's before you. I was really moved by Trustee Ursing's comments about, and I hadn't thought about this as an essential service. And for me as a citizen, that's a significant issue. As one who has visited almost every farmers market since its inception every weekend, I think it really is part of the essence of Shorewood. And I know you've spoke about we've lost the barbecue, or we've lost the fireworks or the parade. And do we really want to continue to erode those things that make Shorewood Shorewood? I've heard comments about parking. And the suggestion that perhaps Metro Market parking deck would be a better space. There were a number of the board members that are here tonight that have talked about the unruly congestion on Oakland Avenue and the bad traffic flow with regards to the parking deck as it exists today without adding additional pedestrian traffic. So the thought of using that deck as a location seems to be both on its face kind of unmanageable and as well really inconsistent with past comments that this board has made. With regards to parking and the village at the village center, I think we need to remember that the reason that all those people use those lots is because of decisions that boards have made regarding overnight parking. And that parking lot is there to reduce the overnight parking pressures in the area. The comments made about access and limited street parking, I don't know that there was much more street parking when the farmers market was at the Lake Bluff School. When it was at Atwater School, those first several years, we were on a busy street on Capitol Drive. So I think the notion of parking being an issue really just smacks to me and kind of sounds like to me like looking for reasons to say no, which I really hope you guys don't do. I would also say with regards to the inconvenience of removing spaces from that lot for access for the general public, for the permitted public, for the library going public, for the fire department. I mean, it was what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when there was a pretty lengthy construction project that took that parking lot out of commission. And we survived that. I think we can get past that. To the point of mass gathering and the objection about mass gathering, we canceled the fireworks, we canceled the parade. The fireworks and the parade are masses of people, particularly the fireworks, in a lot more people in a lot more congested space. I think with good planning and some of the things that I heard from the farmers market team, I think there can be ways to alleviate that and manage that. And finally, from a safety standpoint, if we think about what kind of exposure people might have coming to the farmers market to buy their vegetables and their fruits, and what kind of exposure they might have to some others, this is an outdoor space. They're certainly going to have greater exposure and greater risk going indoors to the metro market, going indoors to any other store, regardless of what that store's safety precautions are, than they will being in an outdoor space that is trying to manage distancing as much as possible, that is managing crowds and is in the open air. So for all those reasons, I really hope you guys vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zovic. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak and make comments that have not already been made? Okay,
Pablo Muirhead. I don't know if I have to give my address, but 3726 North Morris Boulevard. And I am, saddened that, Lake Bluff wouldn't be available due to our construction. And a July start would have worked, probably for us. I guess the president said we're not allowed to repeat comments, but I don't think I think it's prudent to stress the fact that this is an essential service. Having worked closely with the health authorities, having gone through COVID-19 and worked with the CDC and asked a million questions and been very kind of up to date with what's been going on, the risk of infection in an open space is minuscule compared to what we're having. Shorewood, I think the village has already allowed bars to open.
Can I hold you there real quick, Pablo? I'm sorry, but Allison seems to be doing her makeup right now, so I wish she'd pay you the respect you deserve and pay attention, because it is very disrespectful what you are doing right now.
It started when Paul was speaking. Yeah, I noticed that.
Please stop, okay? Please pay attention. This is very important to us as a community, and you don't seem to value the importance here. So pay us some respect, okay? Thank you.
I would add that is a studying nonverbal communication. It says a whole lot, President Rosick. But I'm going to move on to the topic at hand and say, having been, yes, President?
I didn't say anything.
That was David.
Yes, Trustee Davida?
I feel that Trustee Ersink's interjections are completely out of line, and I'd like you to finish your public comment and let's move on to a vote.
All right. Well, many of you may or may not know that my whole family, pretty much with the exception of one person, had COVID-19. We've worked with the CDC on 2 different studies. We're in close contact with the health authorities at the North Shore Health Department. That the risk of infection in an open space parking lot is minuscule compared to that which we experience when we go to Metro Market or other establishments. My understanding is that bars are allowed to be open, should they please. So I would think that more attention would be placed on reopening in careful phases and not allowing a certain amount of people. But to the issue at hand, I would really hope, for the sake of the small businesses that are supported by this and the community, that our trustees consider, supporting the farmers market in this new venue. Thank you, and I'm out.
Thank you, Mr. Pablo Muirhead. Is there anybody else in the audience?
Dr. Muirhead, but thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Muirhead. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak on this matter? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to the vote. Clerk, could you call roll call?
Yes. Does anybody want the motion reread? Okay. To approve the use of Village Hall Village Center parking lot by the Shorewood Farmers Market from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Sundays beginning June 21st through October 25th, and location of a pod unit and Village 4 trash recycling receptacles in 2 parking stalls in the parking lot upon submittal and approval of the special event permit and temporary storage unit permit within 5 business days. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Nay.
Trustee Bockhorst.
More open spaces, aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta. Trustee Amenta.
I'm sorry, nay.
President Rosick.
Nay.
And Trustee Ersink is recused. Failed 3-3.
Thank you. Motion fails. We will now move on to the next agenda item, which is special order of business. Consider the 2020 Atwater Beach Lifeguard Management Plan. Who is speaking to this matter? I just wanted to also announce that Rebecca may be stepping away to take a phone call. So in her absence, Tyler.
Let's recess. I think we've got some heated people here now. You guys just killed the farmers market. I moved for recess.
Attorney Baird moved to recess. Is that need a second?
Well, it's not the code says that you can always move to adjourn, which is not what we're doing. I think the appropriate thing would to ask the president who's running the meeting whether or not we could take a short break to collect our thoughts and reconvene, and then you can make a decision as the head of the meeting, as the chair of the meeting, pursuant to the ordinance, as to whether to grant that at this time or not.
Thank you, Attorney Bear. Trustee Bockhorst, are you requesting a break?
Yeah, I think it's highly needed. I'd love to have a 5-minute break so that we don't all explode.
Does anybody on the board have an objection? Okay, I haven't taken a break on the phone before, so do we mute? How do you handle that?
Everybody should just mute their phones or computers for now, and we'll return at 8:55 if that's okay with everyone.
That sounds like a plan.
Okay, the video will still continue to run.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll be back at 8:55, recessed.
Boo.
Boo. But let's close some streets and have some people gather there.
Saying
Guess
no
I'll be
is
buying
easy.
my produce at Metro Market now. Thank God we got that passed years ago, hey?
Saying no is easy.
Right. It is. It's easy to make. Yep, it is. It's crazy. This is our board. Welcome 2020. COVID.
Excuse me,
riot.
can you
I would
please
remind
we're on
everyone to
break.
mute their
please
phones.
mute your microphones? Clerk, can you please
Oh.
put a mute to everyone's microphone?
Mute yourself, baby.
Thank you. Okay, it's 8:55. I'd like to reconvene the village board meeting. We are on special order of business 5C, consider 2020 Atwater Beach Lifeguard Management Plan. This will be a roll call vote. Tyler, are you here to speak on it? Hello?
I don't think he's back quite yet. Oh, there he is, Tyler. Yep.
Oh, am I up?
Hi.
Sorry. Edwin needed moo-moo. Sorry. Okay, Atwater Lifeguards. So Eric's on the call to answer any questions. If you take a look in your board packet, we laid out 3 different options. There may be potentially other options too, but we wanted to lay out 3 options that we could do in regards to Atwater lifeguards and how they would manage in accordance with some of the concerns of COVID-19. So just to summarize those very briefly for you, option 1, we would establish a maximum occupancy at the beach. So Eric and his team of lifeguards would be taking account continuously throughout the hours that they would be at the beach. We'd have a sign at the top stating the occupancy. So as people go through the gate, they would see that and know that that would be kind of the occupancy we set at the beach. That exceeds, Mr. Geetson would have a warning, and if not enough people left the beach, then we would give him and his team the authority to close that for the day with assistance from our police department. Option 2 is that we would hire personnel to manage the people entering the beach. So very similar to what some retail and department stores have done. And we think for some peak times, we would set that as approximately $4,000 to have staff that would count. If we hit the occupancy, we would then have a line at the top that we would space out with markings on the pavement and make sure that way that the occupancy would not exceed. The third option would be to close Atwater Beach entirely. So in this option, it would be a statement that we don't feel comfortable that we can manage the beach based on the guidelines. So we would close it indefinitely, or at least until we're still in phase B. If we enter a new phase, we could bring it back to the board for consideration at sometime during the summer. I think the only other part that's new that wasn't in the board packet was we looked at if the beach is open in that, what it would cost to clean the bathrooms. And we reached out to Gibbs, who is our current cleaning service, who gave us a quote for $25 a day. So that could be another thing that we could do to assure that the bathroom is clean on a daily basis for people to try to address some of the concerns of COVID.
Tyler, what is the occupancy of guideline for phase B? You said, what is the number?
Well, for phase B, I don't think there's I haven't seen a number that's out for like an outside. A lot of the guidelines are based on inside. I think what we're operating is, groups of 10 or less, and that you stay within 6 feet apart. So we asked Eric to go out on the beach and take some general measurements based on those guidelines. And that's how we came to the 100 number. We wanted to pick a lower number than normal because if, the water levels go lower for the year or during the summer, or if, Eric's doing a count and it's above 100, but groups are still maintaining a social distance, then we would leave it up to his discretion. If you pick a higher number, we wouldn't necessarily have that flexibility. So those were some of the reasons why we came to the conclusion of 100.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Tyler?
I do.
Yes.
First of all, so when you say option 3 is close the beach, is that like with the chain over the gate like it was before?
I mean, we would close it permanently. I would leave that to, I don't know if that was DPW or the police department that did that. Leanne, are you aware prior? Was it your department or Peter's department that did the chain on the gate?
I believe that was the PD.
So our choice 3 is, I mean, wouldn't option 4 then be maybe leave the beach open but not have lifeguards?
Or option 5 of leave the beach open for passing through.
Right, I guess that's what I was saying. I guess, and my other question is, so Mr. Gitson, you have how many people right now? You have one person in the chair that's elevated, right?
That's correct.
And what's your typical staffing on an average day then? So one is at the top.
So every day I phase guards in depending on what, I anticipate the crowd is going to do. It's a pretty, somewhat predictable, although this year, who knows, people are not necessarily at work, so that we may have more, we may have less, but I'll bring on a maximum of 4, sometimes 5 guards if I think it's going to be super busy. Yeah.
So
up to 5, but it depends.
You have someone in option 1 would be counting to 100?
My staff really isn't, they're lifeguards. They're not, I wouldn't have them counting people.
So I guess I thought that was the deal with number 1 was informing beach users there's only 100. So is no one's going to count to 100?
I'm sorry?
So no one would be counting to 100. It would be.
So here's how that would work. Every hour we do a tally. I have records going back 2 years of every hour that we had personnel on the beach.
Good to know.
Every hour I do a tally of how many people are on the beach, how many people are in the water. So I would continue doing that tally, and it often exceeds 100 people.
Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you. And another question was, right now, don't we have village staff, DPW summer workers cleaning the bathrooms?
I mean, during the weekday, I think we've had some of the seasonals do that. That they don't do that on the weekends. We have no DPW personnel doing that on the weekends.
Right.
And this would be a professional cleaning crew that I think is more. I think would do a better adequate job.
So how often? So you're proposing to cut this from the DPW?
Yeah, so the cleaning, the seasonals would no longer do. I think they would concentrate their efforts in other areas, which, Leanne, I don't know if you have any further comment on that, but we have work elsewhere for them.
We definitely do. Oh, I'm sorry. Finding work is never a problem, so that wouldn't be an issue.
Okay, but we do have someone down on the beach once a week to clean the sand anyway, right? Doesn't someone go down there with a pickup truck?
We are down there not with a pickup truck, with a tractor and a beach rake. Yes.
And that's once a week?
That's once to twice a week, depending. That is our full-time staff. That is not our seasonals.
Okay, so it was the seasonal workers that were cleaning their bathrooms once or twice a week?
Daily weekdays.
Daily weekdays. Okay, thank you. And there was something in this statement that said our budget allocated $28,000 for Atwater Beach lifeguard services for 2020, but I believe it looks like the costs are $24,000.
Tyler?
I can't. So are you asking what the budget is for 2020 for the Atwater lifeguards?
So we're over, but the actual costs are, unless it went up from 2019, maybe Eric knows.
No, for Eric's contract, it's a $24,000 sub number.
Okay. And so we don't have a recommendation from Ann Christensen on this for the North Shore Health Department?
I spoke to her the other day, if you want to hear about that.
Sure.
Okay.
You know, Milwaukee County is having no lifeguards. We would be the only beach in the county with lifeguards.
Yep. Yeah. So I talked to Ann about the beach. If you want to hear about that conversation, I could report to you guys now.
Yes, please.
Okay. So she did not seem concerned. She, obviously she has concerns about COVID. She has concerns about crowd density, but she's aware that the beach will be a place that people will want to be. And my takeaway, and you could confirm this with her, my takeaway was that she's actually, since it's an outside venue, her concern was more with, people being in the water than COVID for this summer. And that was one of my big takeaways from my discussion with her.
Can you expound upon that a little bit?
Sure. The logic of, being outside, you're not as likely, if you're observing social distancing, physical distancing, you're not as likely to transmit. And the threat of that particular, of the pandemic, while obviously significant, is not as immediate or perhaps as significant as the threat of drownings when you have unguarded people on the beach. To know more, you'd have to probably talk to Ann, but that was my takeaway.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
President Rosick?
Yeah, Trustee Warren. Oh, wait 1 second. Kathy, are you all done?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Warren.
I mean, the way I'm looking at this, I have a little bit of discomfort at Eric asking your people to count the number of people on the beach and then be responsible for regulating that and maybe closing the beach if there were too many people. I don't want to close the beach. I think the most effective way to do this is unfortunately the one with cost, which is putting someone to man the gate and make sure that we stayed at the right count. All that said, just kind of give the board an idea of where I'm at. I think that we want to figure out some way to try to keep this within budget. So to try to design some solution that keeps us somewhat within budget, given the challenges we're going to undergo in this COVID environment. But I would like some version of, I'm leaning towards some version of option number 2.
I can tell you, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I can tell you that given the tallies I've got 2 years of tallies. We do a tally every hour in the water and on the beach. I can, now all the unpredictability of pandemic behavior, I can look at history and say with some accuracy how many people will be at the beach, at a given time. And usually the numbers spike, between 1:30 and 3:30. So we could, if you wanted to go with option 2, we could focus our energy in that time slot.
Okay. Focus energy. Do you kick people out if you're over that number? What would your remedy be? What's the energy?
So my remedy would be to keep an eye on the number. And also, I don't know if you mentioned this, Tyler, but we have to also be cognizant of the fact that the lake level, like today, for example, the beach shrunk by about 3 feet just because there was an onshore wind. If there was an offshore wind, the beach actually might expand by 3 or 4 feet. So there should be a little play with that 100 number. And if we get to a point where people are not social distancing, yeah, we would start asking people we would have to rely on, people either leaving, and if they didn't, then we wouldn't be kicking people out. We would call the police and say, we've got it, or whatever the board decides they want to do, we would say, well, the beach is crowded and now we're going to go to that option. My recommendation would be to make announcements, let people know that we're exceeding some safe limit, and the crowd would have to disperse.
Thank you.
President Rozak?
Yes, Trustee Carpenter.
So I have kind of a couple of questions, somewhat COVID-related and a couple others as well. But in relation to COVID, is there any safety concerns, or what are your safety concerns for lifeguards if they, are required to do CPR, or do we have any plans for that?
Of course, yeah. Thanks for asking about my staff. That's obviously super important. And I've been in discussion with United States Lifeguard Association in California, with a man named John Titchen, who's the chief of ocean safety on Oahu. And their protocol is basically the protocol we'll be following. A lot of people ask, well, are you still doing mouth to mouth? But that's really nothing. We don't do that anymore. And even now with the pandemic, we would use what's called a bag valve mask. We wouldn't be right up in their face. So there are ways to, mitigate the risk of transmission for the guards.
Sure.
And other protocol too, throughout the day, where they would be sanitizing the tower that they sit in, and they would be, taking action. They would all have face masks. They would have goggles. They would have full PPE. And I'm working with Tyler to have all that ready to go.
Okay, thank you. And then in regards to the number of people, so I have two questions. How did that 100 number how was that determined?
So right now you've got about, if you look at the beach right now, you've got about 30,000 square feet. Like today, probably you have about 30,000 square feet of sand, which it sounds like a lot, but if you take a look and, space out groups of, let's just say 8 people, let's say a group of 8 shows up and they want to, hang out and, I don't know, talk or sit or even lie down on the beach. It would take about, 9 to 11 groups of 8 people to pretty much go to the beach safe physical distance.
I can't hear. Who's making all that noise? I'd like to hear what Eric has to say.
President, are you able to mute your phone? I couldn't hear what he was saying.
I'm sorry. I was trying to get a charger. I can do that.
Thank you. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure thing. So I'll just back up to, it's just simple math. If you look at the available square feet and the amount of safe space that a group together of 8 to 10 people, which we would try to, limit beyond 10 people, we'd say you need to split up. You would have maybe 10 to 12 groups of 8 comfortably on the beach. If you look at it right now today, that would be about capacity. Keep in mind, that doesn't include the bluff. We could have people, walking the path, running the stairs, and still maintain safe physical distance, probably up to maybe 50 to 70 people moving around that bluff. So I want to make this clear, the number 100 is right now, as of today, a really good guess for the beach. We would want to be flexible with that to kind of accommodate the crowd a safe way on a hot day. And we want to also account for maybe people walking the path or walking the stairs. So somewhere between 100 and I would say 150 would be a good number. And I can tell you, typically we don't really go beyond, this is on the beach and in the water. We definitely don't often go beyond 170, 180 people. There are days for sure when we get up to around 300. And that would be a problem. That would be the kind of day where I would look to the board for some guidance on that. How would you like me to manage that kind of group on the beach? What's the best solution? Is the best solution just saying no guards? Maybe that's what you'll decide. Is the best decision having guards and working out some cooperative way to work with other village entities to manage that crowd and to help help that crowd make good decisions, maybe. But really, I'm here today to hear how you would like to manage the beach, and I'll do my best to serve.
Thank you. Sorry, President Rosick, I just have one other question.
Sure.
In my opinion, I think that the no guards answer is probably not the right answer. I think that there will be people swimming regardless of what we decide. And I think that that does provide some safety to residents and in the Milwaukee County area, not just Shorewood residents. But I do have some concerns around safety and also equality, and how even if we do outsource that, how we get, sorry, getting a notice, how we fairly make sure that if we're at that 100 number, even if we outsource that we're closing down the beach or, not allowing additional people to come in. So that's my hang up right now. I do think that there's a need for the lifeguards.
Can I say a little more about that?
Yeah.
So Tyler and I and Rebecca talked about that a little bit. And for the reason you bring up, I think it's worth considering. The board should think about maybe not having someone at the gate counting and making a line, because in a lot of ways, as we've seen recently, that just sort of creates tension that maybe we don't have to create. Maybe we watch, I could tell you 2 days out, the beach is going to be crowded on Sunday. It's going to be 95 and sunny, and we're going to have a lot of people by 2 p.m. And if the board could come up with a protocol for that kind of day, which would be occasional over the summer, it wouldn't happen every day, but we'll have a couple days where maybe we would get out in front of that with signage or with some sort of plan. Again, the board could come up with a plan to say, here's what we want to do on those days when it looks like it's going to be hot, just to be ready, just in case. And that way, a normal day, we wouldn't have to worry about limiting people and holding people in a line.
Point of President Rosick. Point of order. How would we go about doing that? Is that something we would refer down? If the board was interested in saying we want lifeguards tonight, but we want to create rules for what happens when you're over capacity, is that something we'd refer to parks? Or I'm assuming we won't write that rule here tonight. I'm assuming it's something that we'd have someone work on, and because I think that sounds like a viable option. I'm just trying to figure out the process.
You're muted, Allison, you're muted. You need to unmute.
I got it. Thank you. Would it be the health director and staff that would decide that or give us a recommendation?
Yeah, I mean, my initial thought is that would be something that we would work with, with Eric and the guidance of Ann. I don't know if we would necessarily come back to the board on that. So I think tonight what we're looking at for you as a board is general direction and how you want to manage that. If there's other feedback you want to provide when we're working with Eric, that would be very helpful. Otherwise, we have a meeting scheduled at 2 o'clock tomorrow that we would go into these specifics. And of course, we would circle back with the board to let you know on what is decided in the end. But we at least need a general direction of how Eric should at least manage the beach on a typical basis.
When you say typical basis, you mean a day of under 100? Like we have days of under 100 and days or under capacity and days over capacity.
Yeah, so this would give him guidance on what to do. Obviously, if it's under 100, he would pretty much manage as is, unless he's doing a counter that, right? But with the recommended occupancy limits that we establish, we would ask, how would you want to proceed? Unless you don't want the beach to be open at all, that's always an option too. So that's the guidance that we're looking for today.
Can I comment? I mean, my feeling about all this is that, given where the state is and all that's happened, we have to be a little bit, we're kind of like Sweden now, and people have to make their own determination of their own risk and have to make their own decisions about, am I going to, go into COPS, or am I going to go to am I going to go into that elevator? People have to make their own decisions. And I'm a little, I'm a little bit leaning towards not having lifeguards, just like everywhere else in the county, and people being able to stand up at the top and look down at the beach and make that decision. Is it too crowded for me? Or do I feel comfortable making my own calculation of risk going down there? Because I think people need to start taking that responsibility for themselves. Given that, I do agree, I would like to, given the kids and the teens who are down there and who are swimming, and I recognize it is valuable for the safety of our own people to have lifeguards, I do kind of like the idea of not having lifeguards enforced. See, I think it would not only be enforcing the 100 people, but are we going to be asking them to enforce the 6 feet between people? I think that's just a rabbit hole we don't want to go down, and I definitely don't want to involve law enforcement in that, because I just think it's a real waste of time. But so I think I can agree with what Trustee Warren presented, was where we keep lifeguards, and when we're in that overcapacity, we have some additional way of maintaining the somebody at the gate, not down at the bottom, but at the gate, restricting people coming in, and that we do this within the budget. So if that's going to be an extra 4,000, that we focus the guard time on the days and times. We may need to be flexible. If it's a 57-degree day, we may reduce it and save some of the budget and capacity for those 90-degree days. So that's where I'm at.
Can I ask a question of Tyler? So we're opening up the safe streets, or at least we're Estabrook, so that people are not on our, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. So people are not anywhere near each other in the 6 feet distance. That is why we're closing down our infrastructure, correct? Because what I heard when we voted for active streets is that the concern was that the bike trail, Oak Leaf Trail, wasn't wide enough for people to safely distance themselves.
That's been the explanation.
Okay, so I have a real concern with, until we get into the next phase, of allowing mass gatherings at a beach, not enforcing a 6-foot distance rule, because I know everybody can make their own decision, but it goes contrary to what our residents have asked for. I think we're all I think the residents here are pretty conscious of that 6-foot distance, and I guess they could make their own decision, but a beach is a gathering spot. So I don't know what phase C is, if there's more, if it's less restrictive.
50 people.
I'm sorry?
It's 50 people.
50,
Right now,
right. So
10.
it's 10.
50,
So I don't know much about what Milwaukee County has decided. If someone, maybe Tyler, are they opening their beaches and doing what besides taking away the lifeguards?
From what I've heard, their beaches are still open. It's just they don't have lifeguards. And I think for Milwaukee, it's more of a funding issue than a health issue.
Right.
I think because of a lot of the lost income, they can't afford to have the lifeguards. So they're deciding to still leave the beaches open, but no lifeguards. So that's how they're managing it for this year.
So they're not enforcing any standards, although the city of Milwaukee is enforcing an order that says you can't mass gather. I can't imagine how that works in the city of Milwaukee. But okay, I'm going to trust what you guys are telling me, that everywhere else it's 10 people, and in the city of Milwaukee, Bradford Beach, it's whoever, it's a free-for-all. Is
I
that
think
correct?
it's like any park. I think it's like any park. If your parks are open, people may or may not gather. And it's not an intentional gathering though, like
Oh, right,
let's all show up and do this thing,
Well,
whatever
it could
might
be.
It could
be a
be,
person.
absolutely. But a typical park, not necessarily a beach, but it could be a beach, is a place, yes, for people to gather, but not in, de facto large groups.
Yeah, I wish I knew more about their decision to open the beaches.
I know a little more. I did talk to a couple of the lifeguard chiefs in Milwaukee County. One of their biggest problems is they have a very profound lifeguard shortage. And they just can't staff beaches, and the guards they need to train to be on the beaches can't get trained. So they had to pull the plug.
Oh, that's okay with lifeguards. I'm just wondering why they didn't close the beaches.
I don't think they can. It's virtually impossible to close Bradford Beach.
President Rosick?
Yes, Trustee Warren.
I think I can throw out a motion just to see if I get a second and give us something to kind of base.
Sure.
Put some bones around our discussion. I move to maintain lifeguards, direct coastline services to hire someone to keep account at the gate for peak hours in coastline services estimations, and direct staff to work with coastline services to stay within the allotted budget and design protocols for when population at the beach exceeds 100 persons. I know that's a lot.
I'll second it.
Okay. Hi.
Sorry, can you repeat it again, Trustee Warren, just so I make sure I have it all?
I move to maintain lifeguards, direct coastline services to hire someone to keep account at the gate for peak hours and coastline services estimation, direct staff to work with coastline services to stay within the allotted budget, and establish protocols for when population at the beach exceeds 100 persons. And I think Trustee Bachworth seconded that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I do want to finish my questions, but go ahead.
A clarification from staff. So Trustee Warren, you mentioned the budget. I just want to reiterate, it might have been in Friday's update with Village Manager Ewald. The village is going to receive funding to address COVID requirements. I think it's like 219,000 or something like that we're receiving. So part of the thought process is because we are making this action in response to COVID, that if we have an additional person working like the gates to help, that we could use part of that grant funding to pay for that expense. So if I interpreted Trustee Warren's motion correctly, it was trying to work within the budget that we have. And I just wanted you all to know that with that announcement that we heard from the state, that we could utilize that additional funding to actually help pay for that person without impacting Eric's budget at all. So I just wanted you all to know that's an option before you vote.
So then will we need to amend that? Is that, Trustee Warren, do you want to make a friendly amendment?
Sure. I mean, do we need to amend it, since I would assume that as long as we stay within the budget, if we want to spend the supplemental dollars on kind of that extra person at the gate, I would view us as staying within the budget.
Yeah, as long as we have that mutual understanding, I think your motion is still okay. I just want to make sure that all the board knew that that was an option that we have.
Yeah, I just want to state it within the money we set forth. But if we get a grant and spend that money, I view that as consistent.
I have a question, please.
Yes, Trustee Stokebrand.
So are we looking mostly at option 1 then?
I believe it's option 2.
Yeah, it's kind of like a riff on option 2.
So we could be hiring for an extra $4,000. We could be hiring extra people during peak times.
That is what the motion is, and like I mentioned, that 4,000 would be, it wouldn't be in addition to Eric's contract that the village would be paying. Instead, we would be using those grant dollars that I referred to for those payments.
And we have no idea yet what our other COVID-related costs will be, right? For other parts of the budget besides lifeguards?
I believe we have some general idea, but I would defer that one. Becky, do you want to respond to that question at all?
We're going to be in aren't we going to be in a fairly deep hole?
From a budget perspective?
Yeah.
Well, so the COVID dollars that Tyler was referring to they're primarily to address, those items that we need to, whether it be cleaning for COVID. It will not address revenue shortfalls. So the parking revenue shortfalls, which has been our biggest impact so far, is one that it will not address. The state's been very clear about that. And we're still investigating what the specifics will be, but I'm hopeful, at least with their initial review of the documentation, that it would accommodate for potentially the additional staff member and then the cleaning that we've requested from GIB, which I think would be something that would be in our best interest.
So the cleaning could be covered by COVID money?
Correct.
Okay, well, I applaud Eric for trying so hard to make this work under these incredibly difficult circumstances. It shows your dedication to this. And I am worried, honestly, when people start congregating and someone comes over and tells them, but you got to leave, you got to break it up. You have done this many years now. And so I just hope it all goes well and people are cooperative.
Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand.
Does any other trustee have any questions? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Hello?
can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you. I just don't think there are any other questions.
Okay, I just have a question. What is a typical attendance day? I know you mentioned that there's, between 1:30 and 3, it gets some days are over 100. Is there a typical day, like the majority are 50 people on the beach?
I mean, if I had to average it out, I would say a typical day probably averages about between 150 and 170 total. But there can be, if I average it out by week, I mean, I'm looking at our third week last summer, we had probably an average of 200 plus people every day. So it just depends on the week, but I'd say for the duration of the summer, somewhere around 170 is an average number.
Okay. I'm conflicted because knowing that, I really think it's going to be hard. That would mean that almost every day you're shutting the beach, correct? Or telling people to leave.
Well, keep in mind that that's a total number for the day. And it could happen at some days. And I think if we use signs, I mean, this is not a typical summer. So I think if we focus on some coherent signage and perhaps with the help of North Shore Health Department and the Village of Shorewood, maybe some social media messaging, I think we can get the word out and I think people will listen. And as Trustee Amenta said earlier, people will look over and some of them will decide not today. But I can think of a simple message like, take a look at the beach from above, and if it doesn't look safe to you, come back later. Or if people are on the beach, I'd be happy to send this message earlier in the day. Come to the beach, enjoy the water. It's a beautiful day. We don't get them all the time. Spend your hour or two, and then maybe this summer, go home. Spend an hour, spend 2 hours, and then go home. Open the beach for other people. I think we can do this and we can message this in a way that's, at least an attempt to be friendly and proactive.
Thank you. And my last question is, somewhere I heard the beach was open for pass-through, where it's not, Tyler, when was that?
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay if you wanted to answer.
Well, that ended on May 21st.
Because the order is no longer in place?
That was the North Shore Health Department order, or at least they were in conjunction with some other order. I talked to him about this. specifically
And
about
Anne-
surfing and open water swimming. And she said, you guys don't have to worry about it because on May 21st, that order will expire. So that ended, it's no longer passed through.
Oh, I understand that the order ended. I'm just wondering what would be in place right now if it had not ended. What would Anne's recommendation be? And she's
Well,
not here.
Yeah, I talked to her the other day about that. And she recommended, pretty much what we're talking about tonight.
Okay. Okay.
Can I just comment?
Yes.
I think, Eric, your point about, kind of sharing the beach and sharing that time is a message that other places are doing, where, you have a certain amount of time to use this sort of shared resource, and obviously there's no way to have people sign up for a time to use the beach, but I think really, if there's a way that we can sort of make that our message, that this is a limited resource, from the village that we all value, we all want to use, but, we need to share. And that's the only way that everybody can get something out of it. So, kind of to your point, pick a 2-hour time frame and move on. I don't know, Tyler, how we can, and Rebecca, how we can, really bring that message across. But I think that to me is a really good message to send.
I think I have some connections in the beach enthusiast community here, and we can get the word out through Lake Effect, through Surf Rider Foundation, through North Shore Health Department, the Village of Shorewood. We could probably have a pretty broad reach, and I think that effort is really important. It's the most we can do. And then nobody knows what's the public ethic, what's the public beach going ethic going to be. We're going to find out, but I think we should try to guide them a little bit and talk about shared resources and enjoying the beach and enjoying sharing it by leaving.
Yeah. The last point I'd like to make is with option 2, if this passes, you can utilize that person at the top as a resource for education of certain things at the park and beaches. Recently about no smoking, which is a new change. I think one of the things I hope to talk with Eric tomorrow, if this passes, is ways that we can utilize that person at the top as a resource for some of those rules. So, there's going to be some other, if this passes, there could be some other benefits that we could utilize with this structure.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? We do have a motion and a second. Clerk, do you want to read that back and then take a roll call?
Yes. To maintain lifeguard services, to direct coastline services to hire personnel to manage the number of people using Atwater Beach during peak times, and direct staff to work with coastline services to stay in the allotted budget.
And do you want to take roll call?
Yes. Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
So did
Thank
we
you.
just vote to use public money to keep a gathering place open? Just for clarification.
Attorney Bear?
Can you repeat that question again?
My question was, did we just vote unanimously to use public funds to basically fund a public gathering place without any mask or other rules? Just want to be consistent.
Well, did we vote to create a public space?
No, to spend public tax dollars to keep a public gathering space? I'm just curious.
I hope you would know the answer.
What do you
What is
mean by
it?
public? What do you mean by public gathering place? I don't understand that.
It's okay. I mean, I think I know the answer. I think we all know.
Like a farmer's market.
Yeah, like a farmer's market, for example.
Oh,
one.
okay. Well, yes. I mean,
Okay, consistently we did it.
Okay, you got your question answered? We'll move on to the next agenda item. It is 5, right? Just 5 consent agenda items. Items under the consent agenda may be acted upon by one motion. If in the judgment of any village board member, a consent agenda item needs discussion, the item can be placed in the items removed from the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Bockhorst, a second by Trustee Warren. Do we have any removals?
I'd like to remove 5B.
Okay. Any others? All right, we have a motion to, do I do this now, Sarah? Motion to approve the consent agenda with withdrawal of 5B?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We will now take up 5B. Consider village board minutes, May 18th, 2020. Trustee Amenta.
Okay, on the cow minutes, so page 3, where it says staff summary of discussion. And it says the village board wants to move forward with policy discussion of night parking, alternate side parking, and winter parking this year prior to budget. Staff needs to provide current data on permits and citations and future projections to guide that conversation. I just want to include, so it's really clear, that we asked for financial or budget impacts. So maybe at the end of that sentence, after conversation, saying comma, including budget impacts of various policy options.
That's fine.
Okay. Anybody object to that? If not, we will have a vote to.
Need a motion to approve it with that.
Okay, I need a motion to.
I move to approve the May 18th, 2020 minutes.
With the change. I'll second.
Right, with the change I specified, yep.
All right, and I second it. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, we scroll down.
Hey, I thought everything was roll call. Wait a minute.
The next item is items removed. Oh, sorry, as a public hearing. Tonight, we do not have any. So we will move on to item 8, citizens to be heard. This item is for matters not on the agenda. Discussion may follow comment on non-agenda items, or discussion and action may come at a future meeting. Is there any citizen that would like to be heard under this agenda item? Okay. We'll then move on to new business, 9A.
President Rozak?
Yes.
It's Ann McCullough that I would like to be heard.
Okay, is this your address again?
4013 North Prospect.
Okay.
I apologize, I was slow on getting unmuted.
That's fine.
Okay. I wanted to make a request, and I will submit it in email as well. In acknowledgement of the death of George Floyd, I think that it's valid to consider that our jurisdiction would make a public statement condemning the officers involved as a reaffirmation to our community and to influence jurisdictions to follow suit. Condemning the officer that killed George Floyd, but also the ones that did not act to prevent it. I think that I appreciate the situation report that was released today, and I've always appreciated that type of information sharing with the public. But I think what I bring forward is just the opportunity to think of how we can make use of paying attention to the national outrage, what we hear behind it rather than responding to it, and think about as a community with a position of privilege, how we can influence others to do the same. So a public statement would include condemning the officers involved in the death of George Floyd, as I mentioned. It would state what and how we hear the national outrage, that what demands you hear being expressed, and how hearing that will make a difference in Shorewood. Again, that we would ask that other jurisdictions take the same action to make a public comment to this effect, and that the village board would demonstrate commitment to anti-racism work by moving forward on the Unlearning Racism initiative from 2019 and 2020.
Thank you. We will wait for your email. Thank you for bringing that up today. Is there anybody else under this agenda item that would like to be heard?
Yes.
Okay, just state your name and address.
Paul Zovic, 2504 East Newton Avenue. I have three comments. First of all, as it relates to the village board agenda, perhaps the village board has taken this up in previous meetings, but I find it as a village member that, or a village citizen that wants to speak up on items that are not on the agenda. It's tough to now wait some 2 hours and 15 minutes after the start of the meeting to speak when Village Code 155-12 states that citizens to be heard are earlier in the agenda. Perhaps this board has changed that item in the Village Code and changed the order of business. But I think it would be nice for us to be able to speak earlier in the meeting. And I would add that I know that at least one of the village board members has spoken on similar, with a similar sentiment to the school board. The second thing that I would like to speak about is the curfew in Shorewood, both from a late short notice to the citizenry and the notice to everyone without any explanation about how or why the decision was made. I am not at all questioning President Rozak, Village Manager Ewald. I believe that the chief isn't on the call. I am confident that that you made the decisions that you made for the right reasons. However, I will tell you from speaking to a lot of my neighbors and friends and family that not everybody else thought this, felt the same way, and I think that perhaps as things continue, and if there are issues in the situations in the future that would cause you to impose a curfew, that perhaps a little bit more notice, and B, a little bit of explanation about the rationale and the intelligence that you gathered, not what the intelligence is, but how you came to make that decision. Because we're all here and we're nervous about all the things that are going on around us. And we need all of you as leaders to help us feel safer, not only by your actions, but by the way you communicate with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak at this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close citizens to be heard and we will move on to new business. 9A, consider waiver of lease payment for Hubbard Park Lodge. Rebecca?
Yes, Mr. Davis had submitted a request to the village board requesting consideration to have 2 months of forgiveness on his lease payment relative to Hubbard Park Lodge. His request is located within the packet. Mr. Davis also received a portion of the CDA Business Assistant Grant Program in the amount of approximately $4,200.
Is that consistent with every other business owner? It was funded at 60% or whatever.
The
Oh,
prorated amount based upon number of applications, yes.
Okay. Does any board member have a question? Hearing, go ahead.
I would make a suggestion that we, since he's already received a grant for $4,237, that we relieve his rent to the amount of $2,429. So give him enough that his entire lease payment is funded, which is more than other businesses would be getting. And as the lessor of the space, I think that's helping him out in order to, he wouldn't have any lease payment essentially. So I'll move to, let me just check the language. I'm not sure how I'll move to reduce the rent for Hubbard Park Lodge for the month of May and June by $2,429 total.
Wait, is that correct? From what?
So that plus the amount that he received from the CDA grant. So he received $4,237. If we reduce the rent by $2,429, then that gives him that subsidizes his rent entirely for 2 months.
So you're proposing, so your motion is to reduce his rent by 2,000 something?
$2,429, and then that subsidizes, that gets you to $6,666,
okay,
which subsidizes his rent entirely for 2 months.
Okay, so can you, okay. We have a motion on the floor to reduce the rent by 2,000 something.
$429.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I finally get to speak as a business owner because I didn't get to speak during the CDA. I feel really strongly that we are consistent throughout our business community. All small businesses have the same opportunity. I think I praise the CDA and the village for their efforts to assist our business corridor and to keep our small businesses and other businesses within our village running. I don't think without that we would have survived, many of us. But I do have an issue with subsidizing more for one business than another. I can tell you, as a business owner, the 60% pro-rate ratio or whatever it was called for all business owners were only funded at 60%. And I had to come up with $3,000 on my own, of my own money. And I know a lot of us small business owners did. And so I feel strongly that if the village wanted to subsidize 100% of business rent and lease payments, that then we should have. We had the money in the bank, and we voted, the village board voted, majority vote, that we would not do that. We were funding with the money we had. So to be fair and equitable to all small businesses in our community, I cannot vote for this motion. I think it's important that we show fairness, and we don't create any animosity between businesses. There's no difference in one business for profit and another. And so for that reason, if we had the money, just like we have the lease payment, even though we have that, we're gonna have a hole in our budget, but we had the money at CDA and we chose not to fund it at 100%. And so saying that, I don't think we should change our mind for one business. Thank you.
I've got a comment. As a business owner in Shorewood, that's somebody that's received this grant, are you able to vote on this?
I don't see why not. Attorney Bear?
Is there a conflict of interest?
Is there any financial interest would there be any financial benefit or interest that you would have either in this particular individual receiving the grant? Would there be any financial interest or benefit to you from that?
No. No.
So yeah, I just by virtue of being a business owner in Shorewood, that wouldn't, my opinion, under either 19.59 or the local ordinance concerning conflicts, I don't think that would preclude participation in voting.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Clerk?
Sorry, point of order then, I guess. I guess I'm really confused with the lack of consistency in this board because I thought that Trustee Ursink couldn't represent himself even though he wasn't economically gaining, but she had just spoke as a business owner, which to me is a big distinction here. So as a business owner, or is she speaking as president? So we have to be consistent if we're going to be consistent.
I'm speaking as both. So I'm not the applicant, and I think there's a difference. Trustee Ursink was the applicant that we were voting on. So he had an interest in the outcome. Is that correct, Attorney Bear?
I think it's a conflict of interest.
Well, the Attorney Bear has ruled that it is not, and I'm going to take his advice. Is there any other questions?
I'm actually gonna vote no because I think we should fully, we should do 100% of his rent.
I'm sorry, I was muted there for a second. For clarification's sake, I didn't get into the distinctions between the local ordinance and the state statute earlier because one was essentially subsumed in the other. In other words, we were talking about somebody who was on the board of the farmers market, and it was essentially the same the analysis was essentially the same. So let me read this, and I'll read for the record. Here is the local ordinance, and then I'll reference 1959, which is a state statute. No member of the board shall vote upon any proposed ordinance, order, resolution, or proposition in which he or she may be personally interested other than as a citizen of the village. So I'll ask President Rosick, do you have any personal interest in this particular matter other than as a citizen of the village?
No.
Okay, so it wouldn't eliminate you under the conflict of interest under 155.21. So the second part of the analysis would then go to the state statute. Let me pull it up here so I have it in front of me. 1959. Is there any benefit? Let me just want to find the exact language here under sub C. If you took action and voted on this, are you associated in any way with the business that would be receiving the benefit such that you would have a financial interest in any way? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. I said
Oh,
no.
that's okay. Okay. And then there's one more question under the statute. There would be the last part of the analysis would be then, it says that no individual can use his or her office or position in a way that produces or assists in production of a benefit to an organization with which the official is associated. Are you associated with that organization in any way?
I am not.
Okay. Then under either 1959, which is the state statutes, or the local ordinances, there would not appear to be a conflict of interest in participating, which is, of course, different than the analysis that we ran earlier. I didn't focus on the state statute as much earlier because basically if there was a personal interest as a member of the organization, as a direct member of the organization, by definition, the same issue arose under the state statute. And since the ordinance is broader than the statute, I didn't reference that earlier, but based upon those answers to those questions, I don't see a conflict.
Thank you so much. Okay, Trustee Ursink, you were saying something?
I said my piece.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Carpenter.
I I do think that we, one of the things that we talked about when we were coming up with the CDA grant program was that we had asked that businesses reach out to their landlords and see what they could negotiate. In this situation, we are the landlord. And so I don't feel that we are, excuse me, treating this business any different. We just happen to be the landlord in this situation. So I think in negotiating a reduced rate and having them have a reduced lease payment for the 2 months, as well as getting the grant to me to be able to keep them in that location is something that I feel is not being unfair or equitable to any other business. It is just a different situation, and a situation where we are the landlord. So
Thank you. Was there any reduction? There wasn't, was there, in CDA if the landlord made concessions? Like if the rent was being covered?
No.
No? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Is there any other comments or concern or questions?
President Rosick?
Yes, Trustee Warren.
10 o'clock, so in the interest of brevity, I'm just going to say that I agree with the points made by Trustee Mehta and Trustee Carpenter.
Okay. Thanks so much. Anybody else? All right. If no other comments for discussion, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, can you read it and then do a roll call?
Yep. To reduce rent for Hubbard Park Lodge for the months of May and June by $2,429. Trustee Ursink.
No.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you guys didn't take public comments.
That
We
is
don't have
true.
We do not have to take public comments on every agenda item. Continue on. We're in the middle of a roll call vote.
Trustee Mehta.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
President Rosick.
No.
Passes 5-2.
I'd like
Thank you.
to recall the vote or do whatever it's called so that we can redo it and allow public comments.
You would motion to reconsider. Is that correct, Attorney Barry?
I'd like a motion to reconsider.
Okay, so that everybody is on the same page, let me, if I may, read the specific village ordinance that relates to motions to reconsider.
Can we first see if there's a second? Can we just-
Absolutely, absolutely.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, now Attorney Barry.
He voted no. He voted no.
Yeah, he
Well,
can't.
Let me, if I may, it says, it shall be in order for any member voting with the prevailing side to move for a reconsideration of the vote on any question immediately after such a vote is had. And then it says, so someone voting with the prevailing side must reconsider.
And I did.
What about, does the second have to be with the prevailing side too?
No.
Well, I hope you guys want to change the vote. So otherwise we're wasting time. So we do have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion by the board?
Yes, I don't think allowing for public comment on a public item involving public money is a waste of anyone's time. We made a mistake. Let's admit it. Let's allow for public comment. And then maybe the public will influence our decision and maybe I'll vote no on this time.
Great. And Attorney Baer, just for the record, and so I'm aware, is public comment necessity for every agenda item?
It is not.
So it's not a mistake?
Well, hang on. I just want to note that Shorewood has had a general practice or tradition of generally allowing or accepting public comments on agenda items historically, but it is not technically required that that each agenda item, unless it's specifically noted for either public hearing or public comment, or like, for example, the other item on the agenda where it says public comment on non-agenda items. If it's so noticed, or if there's a statute or an ordinance that requires a public hearing, then absolutely it is required. In this particular instance, it would not technically be required, but that's to your discretion as how the meeting is progressing.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none.
I'm gonna vote to reconsider just because I do believe it's important to hear public comment.
Okay. Anybody else? So
I can call roll.
Okay.
Okay. Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Stokelbrand.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
President Rosick.
aye.
Okay.
Okay, motion passes. We are now reconsidering. Do we just restate the item or? Is that correct? I just restate the item, the agenda item? Okay, so like we didn't vote, correct?
Well,
Okay.
you're reconsidering.
Okay.
So if you want to if you want to take comment or further discussion or public comment as you see
Sure.
fit.
So new business, we were under 9A, consider waiver of lease payment for Hubbard Park Lodge. Is there any further discussion by the board members? Okay, seeing none, I'll open it up to the public. Is there any comments that would like to, anybody that would like to make comments or ask questions or, yeah, comments?
Yeah, yes, I have a comment.
Okay, just your name and address.
Paul Zovic, 2504 East Newton Avenue. I just have to make an observation. You guys spent a fair amount of time proclaiming your concern for social distancing, public safety, COVID transmission, outdoor activities, crowds gathering, with two agenda items, both the farmers market and the to a lesser extent the lifeguard in the beach situation, and at least from what I heard, seem to completely ignore or not be concerned about those issues on this item. And it just struck me as such a disconnect that I had to speak up and say that that's troubling.
Thank you so much. Is there any further comment by the public on this item? Okay, seeing none. Do we need a new motion or?
I'll make a motion to reduce the rent to Hubbard Park Lodge for the months of May and June by a total of $2,429.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Menta, a second by Trustee Warren. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Menta.
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Stokelbrand.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
President Rosick.
No.
Passes 6-1.
Okay, thanks so much. Our next agenda item is new business 9B, consider the purchase of additional DS200 tabular for Central Court. Clerk.
Yes, so B and C go together a little bit. From the April election, we learned a lot. And in the unprecedented times, disbanded central count to bring the absentee ballots to be counted back to the polling locations. This obviously created some issues for us to staff those polling locations, and we don't see the COVID situation getting any better. And we also see the increase in absentee ballots coming, especially since the state will be pushing for them. In order to really run central count smoothly, we really do need at least 2 machines, if not 3. So currently we have one. One machine can process about 3,000 ballots. That's what its average is supposed to hold on an election cycle. And by the November election, we anticipate that it will be probably over 8,000 ballots that we are going to have to count. So tonight before you, the first item is to consider the purchase of the DS tabulator, which is an unbudgeted item. Please note that motion 1 is the only motion you need to make. The second motion should not be part of the memo. And then if you moved for the second resolution to combine the Shorewood High School polling location into Village Center, that will also free up an additional DS200 tabulator for us. We are a little of time of the essence right now. We cannot rent. There are no machines available. We aren't even guaranteed we'll be approved for a purchase because we do have a very huge supply and demand issue. If we don't have enough machines, we will not finish the election even before midnight. So most places that were processing central count with minimum machines could not have finished. They didn't finish at 8 o'clock. They could not have finished if we would have had to finish. So we would really have to reconsider what we are going to do moving with central count.
Okay, does anybody have questions for Sarah? Sarah, I have one. Is that an expense that would be covered by the emergency funding?
I don't know that for sure. So that's something I know that the state, the WEC is looking into giving funding and what that grant looks like. And we don't really have any details on what is all covered under that.
And if not, where do we get the funding for? How much and where?
There is a fiscal note in the packet. Yeah, I apologize. It is, I think, just coming out of
general capital.
Yes, thank you.
Do we have those reserves? I mean, I remember last year we only had like 20,000.
Mark said it should be good, especially since we aren't moving forward with agenda management at this time.
I was just going to ask that. So, so that was my question earlier. We're not rolling the money over if we're utilizing it. We're actually forfeiting it, and then we're budgeting for it in 2021.
Partially, yes, not the full amount.
I wish I could understand that better.
I'd like to move, make a motion here.
Okay.
I'd like to move to authorize staff to purchase an additional DS200 tabulating machine to be used for central count.
You know, a motion, a second. I always request that in the motion we put the amount if we're making a purchase, if that's okay, as a friendly amendment.
So 6,280.
Yep. Okay, so purchase of blah, blah, blah for, and then the amount. All right, so we have a motion and a second, if that's okay with the sponsor or the motion creator.
Arthur, are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst. Trustee Bockhorst.
Come back to her at the end.
I'll come back. Trustee Carpenter. Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
All right. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 9C. Consider Resolution 2020-18, moving Ward 5-8, currently voting at the Shorewood High School, to vote at the Shorewood Village Center, 3920 North Murray Avenue, Shorewood, for the August 1st, 2020 partisan primary election and November 3rd, 2020 presidential election.
Yes.
Sarah.
So this would be moving this location over temporarily for these two elections. In April, we averaged about 200 people per polling site. And we process absentees at the same time, and we're able to manage it. So with taking the absentees out and then combining these two polling locations would provide, be able to provide adequate staffing then at 2 locations for central count. And they would still be able to handle the magnitude of people coming through.
President Rose,
Okay, so Trustee Carpenter.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to
You
approve.
can't second until the motion is made. Trustee Carpenter.
I move to approve Resolution 2020-18, moving wards 5 through 8, currently voting at the Shorewood High School, to vote at the Shorewood Village Center, 3920 North Murray Avenue, Shorewood, for the August 11th, 2020 partisan primary election and the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Trustee Carpenter and a second by Trustee Warren. Any further discussion? I always ask this question, Sarah. I'm assuming that we had poll locations for a reason. They were either spaced apart correctly for convenience. I always fear moving poll locations without knowing what that's going to do to voter participation.
Yeah, so this is not something we take very lightly. You know, we didn't even consider it for April, just knowing the timing of it. So, you know, with the idea that we're encouraging people to still vote absentee for the rest of this year, I don't foresee it, you know, changing any voter participation. It's more or less that this location can handle it for those 2 elections. So we are going to make sure that the word is out. We'll be mailing everybody, you know, and we will still be promoting them to vote absentee.
Okay, thanks so much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second and a roll call vote.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst. I'll move on. Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
And then Trustee Bockhorst, are you on?
Okay, motion passes 6-0.
Yes, aye.
Oh, motion passes
7-0.
7-0. All right. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next agenda item, 9D. Consider selection of the comprehensive plan consultant. Bart?
Sure. I'd be happy to summarize, but Trustee Stokebrand also participated in the process, so if she wants to jump in, feel free to fill in the blanks for me. But we did an RFP process that was approved by the village board back in February. Sorry, we received 2 responses from that request. We delayed the review by a month, but we did take it through the process. So Trustee Stokebrand and I reviewed those, independently scored them, and discussed them at last week's Plan Commission meeting. Both of us independently picked Vanderwall and Associates as the lead candidate. The Plan Commission confirmed that recommendation. Within the memo, there's a summary that says that we summarized that Vanderwall had experience and familiarity in the North Shore and Milwaukee areas, showed familiarity in doing partial comprehensive plan updates, provided clear expectations of product responsibilities, understood the concept of a second generation plan, presented an ability to acknowledge controversial projects, and understood the need to present an easily digestible product. So with that, the Plan Commission unanimously agreed with the scores that both Trustee Stokebrand and I came up with. And we are recommending that the board contract with Vanderwall in the amount not to exceed $30,000.
I'll move to award the contract for Village of Shorewood Comprehensive Plan to Vanderwall and Associates for an amount not to exceed $30,000.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Trustee Menta and a second by Trustee Ursink. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Sorry, had to get unmuted. Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is 9E.
review village lead service line replacement program. Leanne? Someone? Anyone?
I'm so sorry. I'm having, my mouse battery apparently just died. Couldn't unmute. There's a fairly lengthy memo in your packet tonight, and this is really this review of this particular policy has been a DPW submitted initiative for the last couple of years, and timing has really always been an issue. I suspect that will continue to be so for the next couple of months. But generally speaking, what the department would like you to do, and I suspect that this will take some time, is to review the village's current lead service line replacement policy, and perhaps consider whether the village would like to take a more aggressive stance on the replacements of these services, both on the municipal side and on the private side. Given the time that we are at this evening, I don't know how in-depth you'd like me to get on this item. As I mentioned, this could be quite a lengthy discussion.
Are you recommending to defer, or would you like us to take it up tonight?
I guess I would, I know that there are other agenda items behind here that I don't know if they require a more timely response. If those are things that you need to address and accomplish this evening, then I would ask that you defer this item, because I think for a meaningful discussion, we would need a fairly significant amount of time.
Okay, and if you're okay with that, I would move to defer the item to the next agenda of the village board.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion to defer and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst. Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
President Rosick.
I don't know if you got me. Trustee Bockhorst said
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. President Rosick.
Aye.
All right. Passes 7-0.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Leanne, for staying on the line so long. We will see you next meeting. The next item on our agenda is 9EF. Consider resolution number 2020-17, authorizing a tax district to waive interest and penalties on property tax payment installments due on or after April 1st, 2020. Sarah.
This is actually not mine.
Can I just make a motion?
Yes.
I move to adopt resolution 2020-17, authorizing a taxation district to waive interest and penalties on property tax payment installments due on or after April 1st, 2020.
Second, Trustee Bockhorst.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Amenta, second by Trustee Bockhorst. Any further discussion? All right, roll call vote.
Trustee Ursink.
Can't hear you.
I can't hear you. Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
All right. Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
7-0.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. We'll now move on to item number 9G. Consider possible modification to the 2020 wellness program. Tyler?
Thanks, President Rosick. Really quick, we had quite a few employees come to the village manager's office asking for us to consider a modification to the program. A number of employees were not able to schedule appointments due to COVID. Now with offices open, some can, but some are booked out for months. So they're nervous about not being able to complete their scorecards. So I created just for your consideration, a one-time intermediate step that if they get halfway there, they would get up to 12% on the PPO plan and about half of the HSA contributions if they were on the high deductible plan. So I just wanted your direction if you would consider that an okay modification for this year. If not, I think I heard more feedback for employees that they would rather continue with the current program. But I wanted to at least give you an opportunity as a board to weigh in before we finalize that.
Tyler, did you say waive all requirements or?
No, what it would mean is instead of getting the 350 points for the wellness incentives, you would have to get 200 points and there would be an intermediate level, but you wouldn't get the full incentives. You would get half of the incentives.
Okay, any questions from the board?
President Rosick?
Yes, Trustee Warren.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. I mean, you're dealing with something where it for a lot of people, it becomes an impossibility to fulfill some of these obligations. You know, looking at other businesses who are kind of struggling with these same types of issues. So I think it makes sense to offer some sort of intermediate level because I know that getting in for something like a biometric screening right now, probably while not impossible now that it's June, is very, very difficult.
Thank you. Anybody want to? Yes.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the modification of the wellness program to create a new intermediate level for 2020.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion by Trustee Carpenter, a second by Trustee Warren. Any further discussion?
Yeah, this is Trustee Bockhorst.
Trustee Bockhorst?
Yeah, I do also agree. I think if anything, you know, waiving, given the fact that it is really difficult to get these, but I'm okay with an intermediate step. I do think that there's enough punitive stuff going on that, you know, allowing them the benefit of the doubt is actually even a better suggestion, but I don't know if that's the will of the board, so I'm willing to go along with this.
Okay, thank you so much. Any further discussion?
I have
all right.
just one question. I'm
Yes.
just wondering, this is Trustee Stokerbrand. I'm wondering, Tyler, about at what point will we know the financial impact?
I wouldn't know, I don't know if I would know the financial impact of it for the sense of like, I don't know how many people would have proceeded to get, you know, all the way to the 350 versus the 200. So I wouldn't know what that gap would be.
No, I just,
but I would.
At what point they will have met the intermediate step, like by budget time in August?
Yeah, we have the scorecards due. Oh, to answer that question, the scorecards are due in September.
Thank
so
you.
by September, I will know the results.
Okay.
And Tyler, it does make sense for a question if you could just give us a report by then, if this passes, of how many reached the milestone. You remember originally, like after 60%, we actually are negative. We actually start
Yeah,
costing.
the 2/3. Yeah, what I can do is when we get the results in September, maybe like for the manager's Friday update, I can have a report that Becky would just attach in that for you all.
That'd be very helpful.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, we will have a roll call vote.
Approve the modification of the wellness program to create an intermediate level for 2020. Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Stokerbrand.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. Let me just grab my computer here. It's unfreezing. Okay. So our next agenda item is reports of village officials. I have no report today. Village trustees.
I have a report. Well, it's actually more of a question because I don't know if there's allotted any time for this. But you know, the elephant in the room is I'd really like to hear your President Rosek's decision-making process on the curfew on Friday night and how that or on Saturday night and how that all came together.
Is that appropriate?
That's very appropriate.
It'd be a report.
I'm asking the attorney under village trustees, is this okay?
If it's a report, if you deem it appropriate to make a report on that. There is an agenda item of reports, and it's something that took place since the last meeting, and if you want to address it.
Okay.
But again, I think it would just be a report and not get into a discussion that might lead to a non-agenda item. So
Okay.
Just a report with no comments.
Sure, and I'm going to try to be careful because I haven't gotten a response from Rebecca on what I'm allowed to say legally, information that can be shared with the public. So Friday night, I became aware when I checked my email, I didn't receive a call, but I did check my email later in the evening, and Mayor of Glendale had sent out, and the president of the ICC had sent out an email to the rest of the suburban communities, including ourselves, requesting, stating that himself, the city of Glendale and the city of Milwaukee was issuing a curfew, and he urged all the suburban communities within that pathway to also issue the curfew. This was, of course, after I checked it after, I can't remember if it was after or shortly before the curfew was issued. I immediately texted the village manager and asked. She mentioned that it was not, that the police chiefs of the North Shore were meeting and that they had not recommended a curfew. I asked if because there was a credible threat to somewhere in a neighboring community, and the path is Shorewood to get there, that they would have to transverse if, why we weren't recommending it. And the answer that I got was that because there was not a site within our community itself, even though it was bordering our community, it was not in Shorewood, that was the rationale. And so I thought about it for a while, and because I knew there was a credible threat, I asked at 10 o'clock again, is there still a credible threat that the police chiefs know of on our bordering community? And the answer was yes. And I decided at that time that it would be better to be safe than sorry. And so we crafted language and we issued the statement or the order. I regret that we did not do the same for last night. I was advised by the police chief and the village manager that they were not recommending for an additional order, and that there was not a credible threat to our neighboring jurisdiction any longer. And so that was the reason that the order was not issued. Our intel happened to be incorrect. We didn't get notification that someone would be, that there was going to be demonstrations or a protest, even peaceful, within our borders. And so we got that very shortly before they actually arrived. And so I did ask that people send opinions on the board to Rebecca, because I was unsure whether it made sense to issue another 11 o'clock order after the fact. And the police chief recommended against it. And I never heard from Rebecca anything further from the board members. I didn't hear any further comments. So we did not issue one late last night. However, I did state to the board that if there was a credible threat today, and I was aware of it, that we would be issuing an order. And the rationale behind the curfew is not to give the police any more power or any more authority. The rationale behind the curfew is to acknowledge that we expect that demonstrations or protests will be peaceful. However, in the instance that they are not, or that something arises as did on yesterday or last night, when there was drivers driving on the sidewalks and we heard gunshots, and we saw what happened in Milwaukee and our bordering communities, in the event that was to happen again, we would like to have a way to notify our residents. So number one reason was an order and a curfew was a way to notify residents that we were aware of a credible threat. The second was to ensure the safety of bystanders. So a peaceful protest is expected, but in the event that there was some unrest, that the residents could take shelter and would be notified to stay in their house and be safe. And so those were the two main reasons. And the third was that we are in the middle of a national pandemic, and mass gatherings beyond 10 people are not advised. And so it was a way to ensure that we could get the message out to please and urge residents to follow the safe distancing recommendations from the North Shore Health Department. So messaging was difficult. We don't have a lot of ways to get the message out, but an order was a quick way to notify residents and that the media could get out our message for us. And so for those three reasons, I decided to issue the order the first time and again today. With that, is there any other trustee updates?
I have an update. This is Trustee Backworth.
Yes.
So I want to say that I was present last evening. I was in Shorewood on Oakland and Edgewood, and did witness. It was quite an impressive sight, and there was a lot of tension. I think this was about 10, I can't remember. It's when I sent you all the text last evening regarding the protests, and sure enough, there was a lot of activity that was pretty frightening, but also it was great to see that there were a lot of peaceful people out, utilizing their right to demonstrate peacefully. And, of course, you wouldn't want to let the few bad apples spoil the rest, but I do understand there has been a lot of destruction as well of property and other things. But so these are, I have received a lot of feedback, though, not just about last night from residents, but in particular about Saturday night, I believe it was. And I believe that is the night that we all received, and I'm just speaking of my own situation here, but we all received the message from Rebecca to check our email and to do something. And then I ended up going to bed before the 11 o'clock curfew was issued at, I think it was 10:58 p.m. So, but I did receive feedback from residents, many of them who were very surprised and very scared, and asking, why was there no explanation? And also just to let you know that, this is a frightening thing when all of a sudden you hear or you see on your phone, curfew in Shorewood, and particularly from families of color, I've received some information that is, for anyone it's frightening, but for people who are already maybe a little heightened as far as tension is concerned with law enforcement and other, situations or discriminated against is the way I mean to say this. Sorry, it's getting late. That I think as a board, we should demand that there be a lot more. How do you call this? Gentleness in these situations. This is a national pandemic, and I've received a lot of feedback from community members that this board and our leadership is silent on this, and that we need to do better. And then also on top of it, we have protests and riots, and right now, as you all have received the text, potentially something to be concerned about. So these are unprecedented times, and how we as a board deal during these times is really, really, really going to be important, not only, for the municipality, well, mainly for the municipality, but for our future relationship with each other. So that's, I guess, my report for now. So I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there any other board member that would like to give a report? All right, seeing none, we will go to the village manager, Rebecca.
No report at this time.
Okay, items for future consideration. Looks like we have 11A, discuss time estimates on village board agendas. Trustee Menta.
Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
In regards to open meeting laws and the current crises. What is the recommendation? Is it a 2-hour Is that what the league recommends, 2 hours to be?
If it's an emergency order, I believe, but we don't have one.
What do you mean if it's an emergency order? If we needed to meet, we could potentially meet within 2 hours or have
Not
2
in,
hours?
Attorney Bear, I believe it is not unless we have an emergency order in place. I mean, otherwise it's just regular public notice.
Well, there's exceptions to that, and we did extend the emergency declaration indefinitely, I thought, in May.
Rebecca, did we?
Yes, for COVID-19, we extended that, our emergency declaration for COVID indefinitely until withdrawn by the board.
So we could schedule a meeting if needed, and have a same day meeting 2 hours later. That would be sufficient for a public notice.
Depending on the need for the meeting and the agenda topic, that it's theoretically possible, yes.
And I'm just clarifying that that's the minimum amount of time that we would be able to have.
Again, subject to the statute concerning the need for the meeting, to call the meeting and the topics. Yes, that would be the bare bones minimum.
Okay, I just, knowing that option is out there, I think that we need to make sure that we are in better communication altogether and using that option.
Are you referring to the curfew?
No, just.
Oh, okay.
I think that there are a lot of things going on, and I think that we need to use that emergency option is there for a reason, and I think we need to use it if necessary.
Can I make a report just kind of in regards to this? I don't want to have a back and forth discussion, but when I have been employed in the past in California, in other jurisdictions in Mendocino County, particularly, I was involved in a couple of disasters where the Emergency Operations Center was activated. One I remember was a major flood, and we were involved. The California Department of Forestry was involved, and the Sheriff's Office, and everything. So, and I just want to say, in these situations, my experience is it's really important to let the public safety people take the lead role, and to whether that's Chief Whitaker or Chief Nimmer, and that we as the civilians, like, our job is to get out of the way and let them do what they have to do. They're the experts. So I know everybody is really, it's a really tense and stressful time for everybody. But the best thing that, in my opinion, that we can do as elected officials is to try to keep ourselves in check, let them make the decisions, really listen to them and support them. So I just wanted to throw that out there, having been through this a couple times in other positions. So
Thank you. Well said, David.
Okay, thank you so much. Does that complete our village trustees? We went to village manager, so we're on items for future agenda. 11A, so Trustee Amenta, this is your item.
yeah, I wanted to discuss, we do, this is another late night, and for many of us have to be up in the morning and get up at, particularly Trustee Warren or Trustee Carpenter and Ursink, who have young kids. So I think that it might help us to keep on track if we had estimated times on various items, so we can start seeing if we're getting behind. And I think it might help all of us kind of monitor and keep our meetings on track. I think it might also, sometimes I think our agendas are overly packed. So if the village manager is putting it together and gives, because we have to have a staff report for everything, So if that's 10 minutes, I would say that's, minimum 5 minutes, sometimes much longer. So, I mean, if the village manager is putting the agenda together and sees that there's 4 hours just with time for staff to be telling us about things, knowing that we also have public comment and we also have a lot of discussion, I think it might be a tool to help the village manager realize this agenda is too big. So, I'm suggesting that we have the times on the agenda so we all can take responsibility for having a more efficient meeting and getting done before 10 o'clock for sure.
So do you want to make a motion to put that on a future agenda?
I can't make a motion just to do it. It has to be a motion to be on the next agenda to talk about doing it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll move that at our next meeting. We talk about including time estimates on the agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, and Trustee Menta, and any further discussion? The reason why is it wasn't on the agenda to talk about today. So we'd have to put it on a future agenda. So any further discussion?
Yeah, this is Trustee Backhorst. I'm going to restate what I always state, that I don't think that we can determine what's going to be on the next agenda. I mean, I think it's an important topic, don't get me wrong, and I agree with it completely, but we already deferred a big item on this one. So if we bump village business that we haven't yet done because we keep deferring things with new items, then that's problematic. So I think that in the past, we've discussed that we would, when we did this for items of future consideration, we weren't going to specify next meeting or X meeting because we don't have that information.
You are correct. So, so the motion is just to put it on a future agenda. Was that the motion made, or was there a time frame?
Well, I don't know. Did we pass a policy that we're not going to specify? Because I don't want it. So we
not a policy. I just think it was
could have been on
consensus.
this agenda, so we could just do it next week. But we can't do that. We have to talk about talking about it. Then we talk about it. Then it's like ridiculous.
Well, items for future agenda. This is the process we did set up by consensus of the board on how to get things onto the agenda.
Okay,
So,
well, I'd like an item on the next agenda about putting a time on board agendas. And I'd like to talk about our process for future agenda items, because I think it's ridiculous that it takes us a month to do something pretty simple that I think there's more than a majority vote to do.
can you restate your motion, your full motion?
I move to discuss at the next meeting, adding time estimates on the village board agendas.
Do we have a second?
I already said, I seconded it.
Okay. Any further discussion? I cannot vote for this. I agree with Trustee Backhorst in the sense that it's very, we made a commitment that we would not put timeframes on when the future agenda items would be heard. You see, we have a lengthy list in our packet for initiatives that we didn't even get to one of them. And I don't want to constrain the village manager and start that precedent.
President Rosa, can I make an amendment then?
You can.
And I don't know if this is legal or whatnot, but I'd like to amend the motion to say, and I'm sorry, Trustee Amenta, I hear your frustration in this, but if we are able to just circumvent the whole process, then why are we doing the whole board initiative thing, which I brought up every year also. So I move to amend the motion to say at a future meeting to be determined by, again, based on the needs of our village by the village manager in concert with the village president. Wait, you don't have to put the rest of that, but just at a future meeting.
I'll second that. So we have an amendment. Is it amended motion or an amendment? I don't know how to call it, but on the floor and a second. Any further discussion on the amendment?
I just want to say, we have the right at all times to determine our own processes and procedures. And just because we said at one point we were going to do things, if this particular time it has an urgency, there's no reason that we can't as board decide to do it this way.
Correct. Okay.
All right, this is Trustee Backhorst. I'd like to comment. I agree. So I'm going to vote no on my amendment.
Okay. All right. Yes.
President Rozek, I just wanted to share that, in general, the staff does not need to reiterate what we've put into memos to the board. We do that because we believe that the board's asking us to do that at the scope of the meeting, but we do not need to do that. If that's of any benefit to the group. We're doing it because we believe that that's something that you're asking of us to do, but we do not need to do that moving forward.
Correct. And I always ask, so I can always adjust that process based on whatever the board decides or prefers. Okay, so we have an amendment and a second. Any further discussion? Clerk, would you like to take the roll?
Yep, so this is just on the amendment. So it is to say at a future meeting would be to talk about including time estimates on the agenda. So at a future meeting. So this is the amendment. Trustee Menta.
No.
Trustee Carpenter.
No.
Trustee Backhorst.
No.
Trustee Ursink.
No.
Trustee Stokebrand.
No.
Trustee Warren.
No.
President Rosick.
Yes.
All right. Amendment fails 6-1.
Okay.
And the original motion was at the next meeting to include talking about time estimates on the agenda.
Okay, do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
President Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 6-1.
All right, thanks so much. Our next item on the agenda is another future agenda item. Sorry, I'm scrolling here. And it is 11B, discuss forgiveness of parking ticket violations on 5/26 and 27. And again, this would be a motion to consider at a future meeting or whenever determined by the motion.
Well, I was informed by the village manager, Rebecca, correct me if this is wrong, that there were no tickets issued on the night of 5/26, or they were warnings only on 5/26.
Correct.
Okay, I'll withdraw this.
Okay. All right, so then with that, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Can I bring something up? I'd like to actually discuss the forgiveness of parking tickets for the 27th.
Oh, okay, so an item for future consideration. Yes, you can, and you need to make a motion and then a second, and then we can put it on a future agenda.
Okay, I'd like to move to discuss forgiveness of parking ticket violations on 5/27.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'm confused. Isn't this a moot point? Didn't they just say they just gave warnings on the 26th?
On the 26th,
No,
not
the
the
26th, yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Have you heard from a lot of people who got tickets and are upset?
Wait, we shouldn't be discussing really, but go ahead.
Should we not discuss, or should we discuss?
Attorney Bear?
can't.
I don't know.
Right now, the issue is just whether to place it on a future agenda item. It's not.
Right. It's agendized. We're allowed to talk about it. I'm just asking if he, because I really just heard from one person. So my question is, Trustee Ursink, have you heard from multiple people?
I've heard from multiple people.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Can we do a roll call vote?
Yes, sorry. Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Warren,
Aye.
President Rosick,
Aye.
passes 7-0.
Okay. Now, one request I have for Rebecca before we adjourn is, can you please poll the board members to find out if what would be their preference for scheduling or not scheduling the continuation of the village initiatives discussion. So you don't reply to each other, just reply directly back to the village manager.
Just to, President Rosa, just a clarification, and my apologies if I missed it, but I thought that there was an intention to meet earlier.
We didn't take a vote, so.
Okay.
Trustee Bockhorst had expressed an opinion of not continuing that discussion, but we didn't vote on anything. So I think just polling them and then making that decision would be great.
Well, why don't we put this on an item of future consideration then? Because that's not really, you're asking us to make a board decision without.
It's not a board decision. It's just input to the village manager. Okay, so do we have a motion to adjourn?
Doing on June 15th.
I'm sorry?
Well, on June 15th, we're talking prioritization too, right?
Yes, and so on June 15th, what was being discussed was meeting earlier than the COW to conclude on any questions related to prioritization. And then during the meeting on the 15th, you would be voting on initiatives for 2021.
So Rebecca's just going to poll the board and see if we are going to come early, and if not, then we are not. So
what does
it's
early
just
mean?
very
Because some of us work all day, and then we're here until midnight at night. So what is all?
Then
what is
you would
early?
say no. She'll let you know when.
No, what does
polls.
early mean? Clarify.
I would
what
say
early
5
means.
o'clock, Tammy.
There you go. So you can give her your input through email like every other trustee. Now, do I have a motion to adjourn?
That is crap.
I move to adjourn.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Get through a beating, people. Bye.
Aye.
Oh my God.
Aye.
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 Okay.
So
Any
rude.
opposed? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. I don't know, is it 6-0 or 7-0?
I think it's 7. I think she said aye before she hung up.
Okay, good.
No,
All
she
right.
said get through a meeting and hung up.
Get through a meeting. Well, she stopped talking.
This
Okay.
is embarrassing. I just want you to know it's embarrassing.
All right, motion to adjourn. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll see you at the next meeting.